looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a dead old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't dare, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. This outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government It's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the erratic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the very. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style's like berry, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. The divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture.
Yes, it is. Damn, I love that song. I love that song. It's 0844 Central European Time. That makes it 0244 East Coast Time, America. And that makes it about 1144 Pacific Time, depending on where you are in the Pacific, North or South America. Yeah, greetings, everybody. Yo, that song, damn, that song, oh my God. You know, I love that song so much. Let me see here if I got it up on here. The name of this track, and what's so crazy is I know this song, but it had a couple of different names, you know. So I forget it, but it's called here we go, hold on. That's terrible. I don't know this song. What the name is it? Daggone, what is it called? You know what? The name of that song is let me see, what is it called? You know what? I had two names for this song, and it's so terrible that I can't even remember what the official name is. What the official name is for the song. That is so crazy, and I don't want to say the wrong one. Hold on, let me go backwards. If I peep it here, if I go backwards, you know, the only reason why I'm taking the time to do this is because I forgot how groovy that song was, you know. And it is a groovy song. It's a really groovy song. Let me see here. If I go to the LP here, what does it say? View all. Here we go. Here we go. And if I say view all of here, right, the name of that song is called Prairie Dogs, right? But that is the remix. It's called the Ultra remix. Yeah, Ultra remix. So you guys can pick that up if you're interested in some of my music. You can pick it up here. You can get it anywhere, but you can get it on YouTube. Yeah, I had to I can't even, because I don't want to say the wrong one, because the people will be out there looking for something that doesn't exist if I say the wrong one. You know, when you make music, you might have one or two names of a song, and then when you put it out, you have a different name. You know what I'm saying? But you all can check out my music there on you. It's available on YouTube, you know, and yeah, so that's the remix of Prairie Dogs. And actually, I really like that remix, you know, because I'm from the generation where it was still cool to do mix, you know, hip hop, soul, funk and jazz. You know what I mean? Like, I'm from that generation where we still, even though we had hip hop, we still leaned on the stuff before us, the progressive jazz, the funk, the soul before us, anything before. I'm for people that don't know, I mean, I used to be a DJ and I still DJ, but I mean, at one time DJing was all that I did. And like for the younger part of my life, like that got me a lot of places, DJing and music, right? And but if I wouldn't even have really gotten into music if it wasn't for my love of music and DJing. So I actually fall back on my love for music when I do a lot of things. And when I hear some of my music, when I hear this track particularly, it reminds me of like, wow, man, I made some really a couple of good tracks that can last throughout time. You know what I mean? That people can feel, especially people from my generation. They love the stuff that I'm doing. Yeah, I appreciate that, Purple Groovy. Yeah. And what's up, Chris? What's up, April? Yeah. Yo, let me speak on. Hold on. Let me speak on. Let me see what you talking about. Okay, it was nice. Put me in the mind of slum. Yeah, and Little Brother. Exactly. That's exactly that 90s. You know what I'm saying? Early was like Eric B and Rakim and all of that. But then the next wave was like Tribe, Little Brother, Slum Village. You know what I mean? It started picking up. You see what I mean? And so I think I tapped into that vibe. Kind of cool. So in any case, before I get started, because today it's a couple of things we got to go through or display. And of course, the Voting Rights Act. And again, if y'all didn't see this, I put this up in the beginning. This is real. Make sure if you are not registered to vote, make sure by calling your county clerk, register of voters or board of elections in your state, and make sure you are currently registered at the address you live in, like this year when you want to vote, because these suckers can change it. And if you just so happen, if this Save American Act passes through the Senate, which Senate Dems are holding up, they slowing it down. But if it should happen to pass, it could easily mean just from that moment on, if you didn't vote last year, it means your name ain't on the registration list no more. Yep, they will be able to do that. And you could expect that they will be trying, right? And then the other thing means that none of your ID that you got will be able to be used. You're going to have to get you're going to have to get a passport or a birth certificate to accompany anything else. I mean, just to make sure. So folks, don't wait till the last minute to at least check your voter registration office in your state. Do not wait. And if they can't tell you anything, demand that they tell you something, because it's you're paying their salary to make sure that you can. If you know goddamn well you're a citizen, make sure they get on that shit very fast. And remember, make sure they get on it like they work for you. Like, make sure they get on that task like what? Like they live off of your salary that you make. Remember that. You're not working on their salary that they're giving you taxpayer dollars to do your job. It's the other way around. You went out in the world, found a job yourself, work, got to pay all this extra shit, and you give them money. That's part of it. So just remember that. They need to be able to tell you. They need to be able to make sure you're registered to vote because you're a citizen, period. It's your right to vote. All this extra shit, I don't even understand why it matters, because the bottom line is that they should be guaranteeing. It's them, the government, that should be guaranteeing every citizen has the right to vote. They shouldn't just be making sure you have other hurdles to jump through. They should be guaranteeing you have the right to vote in the first place. You know what I'm saying? They have it all flipped around. You pay the bills, but it's your responsibility. Okay, but in that case, before we get started on that and this other stuff that's happening, because it's always happening. I mean, some of it's a surprise, some of it ain't a surprise. But, I stumbled across something real interesting, and I really loved it. And it was, I think maybe there's a lot of people that spoke at Jesse Jackson's funeral, and there's a lot of people that believe, have different views of Jesse Jackson, and that's existed. But, from my understanding, Jesse Jackson ain't give a goddamn what people think about what he have to do to get his message out there. You know what I'm saying? And it's not easy. And so I think Jesse Jackson stumbled onto some dynamics early where he realized, and he knew this. I mean, come on, he's from He's from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, like Martin Luther King. You see what I'm saying? So he knows that the politics of America, and indeed, this is the politics of America. He knows you got to go where you're welcome and where you fit in. And if you are not welcomed and you don't fit in someplace, then you go to another to find help. And so Jesse, he has a controversial past in terms of that. Even recently they have pictures, I guess, I don't know who, it might be relevant in some way, but they have pictures with Jesse Jackson and one time with Trump, and one time Jesse Jackson had to, Trump, he had a free office from Trump. Trump donated an office to him, right? And Jesse Jackson took it. And yeah, I guess that's what it is. We don't see any pictures released of Jesse Jackson with little girls. So yeah, you know what I mean? No mentions of him, And by the way, I don't know if you all saw Dr. G went over one of Jeffrey Epstein's last emails that has a whole list of people's names, and it looked like it's all the people he may have been blackmailing. Yeah. So I'm going to end out with that. But first of all, back to Jesse Jackson. There was one speech at his funeral that I really thought was great. There's many, right? But there was one that I really thought was cool because it's from an American. It's from a fellow American. And this fellow American comes from another part of America. And I think it's good to remind Americans, especially when we talk about culture wars, right? Especially when we talk about culture war and identity, right? So even more important when we talk about identity, looking to the left and to the right and, whatever, north and south of America, we might want to look and check who else is American, who else has been here. Who else has the very similar story as us? Who has the same story as us? Yeah, that's that same story, north, south, whatever. And these countries cross boundaries. I mean, Spain was part of the United States of America. It used to be part of Spain. You know what I'm saying? Part of what is now the United States of America used to be a Spanish colony, part of it. So that's how closely related we are to Central Americans, South Americans, and North Americans. Look, same thing with the French in the North. And how they helped, the United States become a country through assisting at that time, participating, giving weapons, not any bullshit speech, but actually giving weapons to people. You see what I mean? So you could fight against the British and secure your country, fight against the crown. You see what I mean? Like literally the French helped that, because the French didn't want the British to get a foothold. So, of course, these are things worth not only worth noting, these are things necessary. Knowing your American history must be necessary in the formulation of your identity, because these are things that are deeply rooted in you. In whichever way, you turn, they're deeply rooted in you. So I just wanted to play a little bit of this speech from the Colombian president who actually, has some words about Jesse Jackson. So I'm just going to start there, and then we move along into the shenanigans right after. Can't play no music here.
Time, ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
I want to bring a current president. The president of Colombia is here. Where is the president of Colombia? Look, come on, sir. The president of Colombia is here. President Petro. We honor you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yo no aprendí inglés en el colegio.
And for people that don't know, you could describe him as a left. You could say left-leaning president of Colombia, right? The current one.
Así que habrá traducción.
I did not learn English at school, so there will be interpretation.
A toda la familia Jackson, mi sentido pésame, mi solidaridad en momentos que se vuelven difíciles. Vivimos tiempos difíciles.
To the entire Jackson family, my condolences. These are difficult times, and you have my solidarity.
No puedo, como la mayoría de los que aquí han hablado, expresarme en torno a anécdotas, a vida conjunta con Jesse Jackson, al que conocí una vez y al que condecoré con uno de las grandes condecoraciones de la República.
I mean, you know what's interesting about this? I mean, in forming the U.S., we actually had more than just a fight against the British. It was also the Spanish too, you know? And so, although he's not Spanish, you know, he's Colombian, you know, South America has a long history of Spanish colonization, but it's interesting how this administration doesn't acknowledge really the people who assisted or the people that you fought against. They don't acknowledge any of it. It's just all like blank when it comes to their identity. None of it, you know, exists in their brain today. It's just like totally devoid. Either that or they don't want the American people remembering who they are. You see what I mean? Like maybe the message they want to give right-wing young people is one completely devoid of actual real American history. So, that's why I thought this was useful, you know?
Like others who've spoken today, unlike others, I cannot share anecdotes from personal experiences, even though I did once meet Jesse Jackson, and I also gave him an award that is the highest honor that one can receive in Colombia.
Colombia has huge, also Afro descent population, African descent population. You know, a lot of Colombians have African descent. There's many a lot are mixed, right? But many are not. And, you know, there's different groups. There's also natives, you know, there's European descent and African descent that are a large part of their populations, you know.
Lo hice porque representaba para mí un símbolo viviente de la lucha por la libertad de los pueblos africanos traídos a la fuerza en todas las Américas.
I did so because I saw him as a living symbol of the struggle to uphold the legacy of all of the Africans who had been brought across the seas by force.
Yo vengo.
I mean, you know, listen, you know, any American has to be comfortable with American history. And it doesn't matter which part of America we're talking about. We need to be comfortable with talking about American history as it is, just as it is. It does, you know, all history has good and bad parts, has struggle and has triumphs. And if you don't learn both sides, you don't learn any of the sides. You know, that's how I look at it. So, of course, there's struggle and triumph in everybody's history, right? Even in America. But when we just erase all of that, you know, we forget who we actually are, or what makes us great, or what makes us who we are, you know?
Del país de la belleza.
So I'm surprised. Listen, I didn't listen to his speech. I didn't hear his speech yet. And I just thought in my mind, you know what? I kind of understand how Colombians are. I've been there once actually into Colombia to see some red districts, you know. And I was lucky enough to meet a brother named Alejandro, right? Alejandro. And he took me on a tour with his friends that were teachers in the red district in Cali, actually. And it was amazing to view that place. As an American, North American, as an U.S. American citizen, yo, man, I felt at home in Cali. And, you know, I actually was amazed by how they help each other, amazed at how kind of social they are, right? And also amazed at how they make so much out of so little, amazed out of it, you know, because it is something behavioral. In terms of behavioral studies, it's something Americans need to review and reflect on, you know, our behavior, you know what I mean? And how we behave, because it may not necessarily be the most healthy way. You see what I mean? Like, we can learn from others.
Nos enorgullece vivir en medio de la belleza.
I come from the country of beauty. We are very proud to live amidst such beauty.
Chris, I don't know if Jesse was bilingual. I'm not sure. He may have been, though. I mean, you know, I understand a little Danish, and a little Spanish too. I'm sorry, I said Danish because I'm in Denmark, but I understand a little Spanish actually, and speak a little, but I'm not sure. I don't think it should be so void of any grown ass man in the U.S. to not know any Spanish. You should know a little Spanish. I mean, poquito, a little bit.
de una enorme diversidad natural como no se encuentra prácticamente en ninguna parte del mundo.
We have great
Muy poquito.
natural diversity, one of the most biodiverse countries in the world.
Una explosión de
I think they have number 2 or 3 biodiversity in the world. And I think people need, if you don't know what that means plant and animal life. Colombia is number 2 or 3 biodiversity in the world, plant and animal life.
la vida,
It's a beautiful country, beautiful.
We are an explosion of life.
que me ha hecho pensar que la vida es también una energía
And this has led me to think that life is also a form of energy.
y que Einstein se equivocó en que aún le faltó en su ecuación meter la energía vital, la
And that-
energía de la vida.
Einstein, in his equation, left out one thing, which is vital energy, the energy of life,
Que también, de acuerdo a la física, se transforma y se transforma.
which also, according to physics, becomes transformed over and over again.
He is breaking off. He's breaking people off something.
Y por tanto, como seres vivos con energía vital, simplemente muere una parte y nuestra energía se transforma.
And as living beings with life energy, there's one part that dies, but then our energy is transformed.
Y esa vitalidad
Wow.
natural en mi país, esa diversidad de
I haven't heard this man say one ignorant goddamn thing yet, and then I'm going to have to go listen to Trump and Hegseth speak.
centenares de miles de especies vegetales, animales,
It's such a shame.
también está en la sangre, en la genética de los seres humanos que habitan las Américas.
And this natural life energy that we find in our country in the hundreds of thousands of species, plant and animal species, is also something that we find in the beings of our world and of the Americas.
Y como no podía llenar mi discurso de anécdotas, de situaciones comunes físicamente personales, con Jesse Jackson decidí mirar un poco la historia de Chicago y la nuestra misma.
And so, since
Patty
I can't really
Rodriguez.
share personal experiences that I have shared with Jesse Jackson, instead I would like to speak a little bit about the history of Chicago and the history of Columbia and certain aspects that we share.
Woo! It's going to be fire. Never under pressure. Yeah, I'm so glad I bothered to stop and want to hear this man's speech. Like, seriously. Yeah. All I can say is he's not ignorant.
Encontré
He's not ignorant like Trump or J.D. Vance or Hegseth.
en el Google el encuentro de una palabra de un señor con nombre en francés, Jean-Paul Juan Disable.
And I came across the name of someone with a French name, Jean-Paul Dusable,
Africano, americano, él
an African and American
que se enamora de una indígena ancestral, decimos nosotros, americana, en este mismo lugar.
and who fell in love with an ancestral American, that is to say, a Native American woman in this very place.
Y se le atribuye el hecho de ser el fundador de esta ciudad desde su casa en donde vivía amor.
And I understand that he is considered to be the founder of this city from his home where he experienced love.
No se sabe bien con certeza si era haitiano.
It's not known for sure whether he was Haitian,
Voy a suponer que él era de Haití por su nombre en francés.
but I will assume that he was from Haiti because of his French name.
Pero entonces estaba libre en este lugar con su piel como afrodescendiente en un lugar que empezaba a pulular en las mentes de las comunidades traídas como esclavos a la fuerza en Haití. La isla de Santo Domingo se le llamaba con la palabra libertad.
And so he lived here with his, freely, as an Afro-descendant, as somebody at the same time that Haiti had become a free country at that time. Lived here with freedom.
Coincidió en que ayer viví un debate
Yeah. April, possibly. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we're speaking about.
la prensa colombiana, la mayor parte no me quiere, es propiedad de gente muy rica en Colombia.
And yesterday, it just so happens that yesterday there was a debate in the Colombian press. Now, most of the Colombian press don't like me. They're owned by, most of the press outlets are owned by very wealthy people.
Porque aparecí 5 segundos en una película con un actor estadounidense de Nueva York, Cuba.
Baptista Point du Sable.
Se llama
Exactly.
su nombre.
Because I appeared in a cameo role in a film being filmed in Colombia with an actor from New York whose name is Cuba,
Ganador del Oscar.
an Oscar Award winner.
Y la película se llama José Prudencio Padilla.
And the name of the movie is José Prudencio Padilla.
Espero que la vean.
I hope you see it.
Trata de un hombre afroamericano
And it is about an African-American man
nacido en el extremo norte de la Guajira,
who was born in the far north of Colombia in the Guajira Peninsula.
norte de Colombia actual,
Yeah.
que es fundador de la Fuerza Naval de Colombia.
And he was the founder of the Colombian Navy.
Le llamamos el Gran Almirante.
And we call him the Great Admiral.
Afro, hijo de esclavo negro.
And he was a black man whose parents were slaves.
Yo, man, he is taking a dagger and stabbing it in Trump's heart. He's taking the dagger and just like,
Y de madre indígena ancestral.
I mean, just to show a man that can speak freely and openly at will, at tantrum, at random and shit about American history. You know what I'm saying?
La americana Guayú
And
en
the
el
mother-
territorio.
Was an indigenous woman of the Wayuu people in that part of Colombia.
Luchó de joven bajo bandera francesa contra los ingleses.
And he fought, as a young man, he fought under
En
the French
Trafalgar.
flag against the British in
Cayó bajo el
Trafalgar.
almirante Nelson preso.
And Admiral Nelson, he fell prisoner under Admiral Nelson.
Y vino a su aldea Riohacha a hacer un barco de madera.
You know, if you live in any country, you know, to understand and be part of the society, the country, the people, even more, because that is what the society is. That's what the country is. It's the people. You need to know the history, you know, and it doesn't matter where you live. It's part of your identity. It just becomes part of you in some way, shape, or form. Even if you're not even from there. You see what I mean? Like, even like myself, I'm not from Denmark, but understanding certain parts of, or a lot of Danish history, even, it helps me, or not just Danish history, European history. It kind of helps me understand and frame my space in Denmark a little easier. You see what I'm saying? It kind of helps me feel at home, you know? And yeah, because I can speak on different aspects of Scandinavian history, of European history, to where another Scandinavian can understand that about me. You see what I mean? They know I'm just not out here like winging it and shit, which is okay too in the beginning. But as you see, like, I don't know if you all have seen some of the videos that I take from my phone about some of the I went to Hammershus out in Barnholm one time. It's a beautiful castle there, but I brought my kids also just to be able to see with their eyes and to go to, they got a beautiful museum there, by the way, to be able to learn a little bit about it. And this is early to know about Denmark, you know, to understand when they became Christianized is very, very important, and know the history of it. And Hammershus slot, it is Hammershus castle is like right there in the middle of it. And to know the geography at that time too is amazing, and to know the politics of that time, like salt, the discovery of salt in Denmark was a huge transformer in Scandinavian history and in the power dynamics in the region, like seriously. But in any
Y
case,
allí lo encontró el libertador Simón Bolívar.
this is about America, and this is the president of Colombia, and he is like basically giving a class to Trump. He's giving a lecture to Trump, to J.D. Vance, because when they speak of American identity, it's almost like they got their blinders on. Like, I can only see what's right here. But true American history, no matter what part of America you're in, it must include these different peoples. You know, it must include these different peoples, native people, people that were brought and the effects of colonization, because that is the America we live in today, the one that grew out of that, and the struggles of that, you know, and that is so important to know, whether you're in North America or South America or Central America. That's so important in relations with others. You know, you see what I'm saying? And it's also important in relationship to yourself, because you're going to feel like a weirdo cutting yourself out of what makes that place you live in great. You see what I mean? Like really.
And then he was at
blacks, you know, Europeans, Africans, natives, and also Asians, also others. Just anybody, just knowing it. You see what I mean? It helps you relate. It helps you feel at home in your home, but it also helps you relate to other Americans. And to not know those nuances and those things, it only puts a wall. It only traps you in a corner. You know, it's not cool.
his town of Riohacha, making a boat, and the liberator Simón of Colombia in South America, Simón Bolívar, encountered him there.
Y venía Bolívar de Haití con la primera bandera, que aún es la bandera de mi país, el tricolor.
And Bolívar came from Haiti with the first flag, which is still the flag of Colombia, a three-color flag.
Cuya mitad es
Damn.
azul y roja.
Half of the flag is blue and red,
El amarillo de arriba es el sol del Caribe
and the yellow part at the top represents the sun of the Caribbean.
y la bandera que sigue, azul y roja, era.
You know, many people don't know this, but before the revolts, before Haiti was free, before those revolts, the first revolts of free townships, you know, they may not have been countries, but free townships by revolting slaves was in Colombia. You know, Colombia, the slave revolts in Colombia set off revolts everywhere. I think that might be where he's going. Yeah.
La bandera más conocida en el mundo como el símbolo de la libertad.
And the blue and red that followed represented the flag that was best known in the world as a symbol of liberty.
Levantada por negras y negros que se llamaban a sí mismos libres y habían cortado ellos mismos la cadena y habían hecho la revolución más grande del mundo en ese momento.
And this was done by black men and women who had freed themselves, cutting the chains, and they created the biggest and most important revolution in the world at that time.
Y esa coincidencia paradójica en la historia de lugares tan apartados, Chicago, Haití.
Yeah, it's basically a workers' rights revolution, you know, a civil and human rights revolution, but also a workers' rights revolution, you know, like seriously.
Paradoxical coincidence of places that are so far apart.
Lo que se llamó la Gran Colombia.
Haiti, Colombia, or La Gran Colombia as it
Me
was
hace
known at the
pensar en
time.
un concepto.
Grand Colombia, and people should know what Grand Colombia is, because that's when all of it was one place. Panama, Colombia, Venezuela, and a few other places. I'm not sure how. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And parts of Haiti when it was Spanish, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, Grand Colombia, it's actually the breakup of Grand Colombia that led to everything else, pretty much.
Leads me to think of one concept.
Esta lucha por la libertad tiene una base que se llama diversidad humana.
This struggle for liberty has a base which is called human diversity.
No se puede ser libre sin la diversidad humana.
There cannot be freedom without human diversity.
Desde el nacimiento mismo de la humanidad, la diversidad ha sido su fundamento.
From the very birth of humankind, diversity has been its very
El fundamento
foundation.
de nuestras repúblicas es la diversidad, y la diversidad es la gran riqueza de la naturaleza y de la humanidad.
The foundation of our republics is diversity, and diversity is the great basis of our republics and of our freedom.
Es decir, no es posible pensar en una humanidad con pensamiento único, con una única música, con una única cultura.
That is to say, we cannot think of humanity as a single way of thinking, a single kind of music, a single kind of culture.
Eso no existe.
That simply does not exist.
Quien intente levantar ese objetivo se convierte automáticamente en fascista.
And one who pursues that sort of an objective automatically becomes a fascist.
Eliminar la diversidad es eliminar humanidades, creyéndose raza superior y las razas no existen.
Eliminating diversity means eliminating humanity, thinking of things in terms of a superior and an inferior race, things that simply do not exist.
Y si vengo a este momento contemporáneo de la humanidad,
And if I come to this contemporary moment of humankind,
en donde Jesse no nos ha dejado,
where Jesse has not left us,
simplemente ha transformado su energía.
his energy has simply been
Está en
transformed.
un lugar,
He's somewhere
en un espacio y en un tiempo
in a space and a time
desde el que quizás nos observa y nos ayuda.
from which perhaps he's observing us and will be helping
Porque
us.
en este momento
Because
estamos ante un desafío.
Because at this time we do face a challenge.
A veces me siento cuando amanezco en algún día pensando en que estamos viviendo lo que se vivía en Europa en el año 1933.
You know, anybody looking to learn a second language or improve on it, there's an app you can get on your phone for free called Duolingo, right? And it's good for any language pretty much. Or the main, how can I say this? I don't know, maybe 180 different languages. Yeah, so check it out. It's called Duolingo.
Sometimes when I get up in the morning, I feel that we're going
Sixth
through
Sense.
what it was like in Europe in
Winter.
1933.
Me sorprenden las noticias,
I'm surprised by the news.
incluso sobre mí mismo.
Even news about myself.
Era 3 de enero, acabábamos de empezar y festejar este nuevo año
And it was January 3rd. We were just celebrating the new year.
y caían misiles en Caracas.
And missiles were being dropped on Caracas
Y
in
esa era la
Venezuela.
ciudad donde nació Simón Bolívar, el
And-
que encontró a Padilla y trajo la bandera de Haití para luchar por la libertad.
The very city where Simón Bolívar was born and from which he brought the flag from Haiti and fought for our freedom.
Y un misil en el Caribe, que es el mar de la libertad, no puede ser.
And a missile falling in the Caribbean, which is the Sea of Liberty, that cannot be.
Es una alerta de que estamos viviendo el inicio de tiempos de la barbarie.
It's a sign, it's a warning that we're beginning to experience this
Y
a
hasta
very
llegamos a
difficult
pensar
moment.
que un misil iba a caer sobre nosotros,
And we started even thinking that a missile
sobre
might
mí
You know what that music is? That's the 5-minute mark. That's so funny.
mismo.
come down on
Y me
ourselves.
Yeah. I see you, Winter. You're talking about the could I explain the Black Native American theory? Could you explain that movement? Well, I can't explain it from the perspective of, it depends on what you mean by that. There's some people believe that the African Americans that exist in the Americas are not really African American, that they're Native American. And I don't share that view, but I do believe on the other side that there are some, natives that would appear to be black. You see what I mean? But what is this all about? I mean, look, humanity, if you know anything about human migration, you know humans migrate. That's what humans do. That's what humans are best at, migrating. And so from the beginning of time, well before documented history, humans have migrated. We're simply going back, trying to rediscover what has already happened when we look back in history, when we do anthropology and archaeology and things like this, right? We're simply trying to find what already happened. It's not a science that is trying to prove that it knows what happened already. And therefore, so I think there's some misinterpretations there, to be discovered by some. And, I really just think that, of course, there's always nuances. There's always been people that are moving, and we're talking about human beings. So the nature of human beings means they can produce anything at any time, pretty much. I mean, human beings have strange stuff in their DNA, right? That can come out or be, due to any reason, right? I mean, of course, I think that, there are some that probably have kinky hair and probably, or more kinkier hair than others and more darker skin than other natives. And who said Native Americans all look alike in the first place? They don't. So, but I think it's wrong to rob the history, the people of true history too. And I think if the point of black natives, is to say that other people are not African descent in America and didn't come in the colonial period or even before maybe at some time, I think that's wrong to try to use it to do that. You know what I mean? I think so far what science says is that the majority of these people that are considered quote unquote black in America come from they've been there for hundreds of years, come from, they were brought from Africa, right? And I believe that's what science says at this moment. But of course, science doesn't know everything. So, but I think what they're doing is dangerous politically, because they're getting into people's identities. And when you get into identity, you got to get into your human rights, and you got to understand how that works. So my whole thing is just like, what is the goal? If the goal is to acknowledge people that have not been acknowledged, that truly exist, I think that's great. But if the goal is to rob others of their human and civil rights due to directives, because look, you have directives, let's say black people, and that would also cover, I think, black natives, Native Americans, what do you call it? Directive on people of African descent to protect people. It has encoded in it anti-black racism, that every nation must combat anti-black racism. And it's written so widely that it may not include, at that time, may not have included native black people, but it doesn't exclude anybody that could be described as black. So I think there's something else going on behind it at the roots of that discovery, or that discussion, right? I think there's something else going on there. And I've noticed some of the people that talk about it, they don't talk about human rights at all. They don't deal in human rights. They don't even know any human rights charters that they can go to. They don't know recent human rights charters. So I just question it when folks go about it, and maybe in not really transparent ways. So that's my thoughts on it.
On myself.
A la casa presidencial para guardar.
I'm sorry, not ADO. I mean, it's a whole group of them. I think Winter was asking about black natives. Hold on, let me just make sure I don't get this wrong. Winter asked, hey V, what do you think of the black Native American theory? Could you explain the movement to this German eventually? Yeah, so those were my thoughts. Black Native American, meaning, i.e., I'm not African. You know what I'm saying? I just think it speaks volumes, on its own. But I just think it's so funny, I just think people will do anything to try to say they're not African. And just think of it this way: African is just a word. You know what I'm saying? And even people have discussions. I'm sorry, but even people to this day have discussions about what's the original name of Africa. Like, that's a real fucking debate. Don't you understand? Africa has 2,000 different languages. Like, how can there be one name for a continent when they got 2,000 different languages? It just makes no sense. And I'm sorry, even the thing about the Moors, but there's limitations to the Moors. I mean, it's not that bad, but it has limitations. I think, there's a lot of attacks on people when, because groups of people, when you talk about groups of people, to be protected in law, they have to be defined by something. They have to have terms that are used, and it's all in the definition, right? And that's how rights are distributed, in word, and I think it's just important that people remember that when they go into these discussions about their own identity, who I am, me, you know what I'm saying? And but there you go. It's a label instead. Maybe, yeah. It's a label, but I think people just got to be reasonable with the stuff. You know what I mean? Be reasonable. Like, don't forget how to apply things practically today, right now, in the here and the right now, because you probably need to. You know what I'm saying?
El libertador que mantenía en el combate siempre para guardarla con mi propio cuerpo.
And I had to go to the presidential palace to guard the sword of Bolívar, which we have always kept, in order to protect it myself.
Pero los misiles se fueron desplazando de geografía y entonces estamos ante una circunstancia.
But the missiles have shifted in terms of where they're being dropped from one part of the world to another, and we find ourselves in the face of a circumstance.
Una circunstancia que recuerda 1933.
A circumstance that does remind us of 1933.
Ese año Hitler sin tener la mayoría electoral, subió al poder en Berlín, Alemania.
That year, Hitler came to power in Berlin, in Germany, without having an electoral majority.
Ese día, Ernest Hemingway, como decía en su libro, doblaron las campanas.
And that day, as it says in Hemingway's books, the bells tolled.
Y no doblaban por ti solamente, doblaban por la humanidad.
And they did not toll just for you, they tolled for humankind.
Y jóvenes de todas las pieles, de todos los colores, jóvenes multicolores de los Estados Unidos,
And young people of all colors, multicolored young people throughout the United States
jóvenes multicolores de la Unión Soviética,
and from the Soviet Union
jóvenes multicolores de la China,
and from China
jóvenes multicolores de la Europa, de todas las culturas,
and from Europe, from all different cultures,
se atrevieron a levantarse,
dared rise up
a morir en lugares fríos y extraños, lejos de su
to
familia,
die in cold and unfamiliar places, far
y
from
a
their families,
destruir quizás el mayor peligro contra la libertad y la humanidad del que hayamos tenido existencia, el peligro de Hitler.
in order to destroy the worst danger that humankind had ever known,
Y se pudo
Hitler.
hablar de libertad después.
And one could speak of liberty afterwards.
Y hoy estamos ante ese mismo peligro, pero ya no en un rincón geográfico
And today
llamado
we're-
Europa,
Today we're
llamado
facing
Asia,
the same danger, but not in a geographic space called
sino
Europe
que
or
estamos
Asia.
ante un peligro que es todo el planeta,
But-
toda la humanidad.
Rather, it's the entire earth, all of humankind.
Y por eso quise venir aquí frente a Jesse
That's why I wanted to come here before Jesse
para que nos ayude,
so that he could help us.
porque hoy que hay que hacer lo mismo, exactamente lo mismo que esos muchachos y muchachas de todos los colores de Estados
Because
Unidos,
today we
de
have
la
to
Europa,
do
del
the
Asia,
exact same thing as
de la
all
Rusia
of
de
those
aquel
young people
entonces.
from the United States, from Europe, from Asia, from
Stand
you
out
know
in
what?
the competitive renewables industry without
Sorry. Yeah, that is a wonderful speech. I'm gonna stop it right there. Hey, Paul, man, I don't mind you coming through the chat, but please, man, don't spam it. You know, you're welcome to leave one message about your faith or whatever, what you're feeling, but please don't spam it, because we gotta give equal space to people. You know what I mean? So just a reminder of that. But I try not to, block people. So I didn't block them. I just timed them out. But listen, please don't spam it with these kind of messages over and over and over. Like, just don't do that, please. Let me play a little bit more of this, because I don't want to cut it off. It's a great speech. And this is I hope more people hear this speech, to be honest with you. I hope many more people hear it, because it's really what we need, a voice of reason. And essentially, we got to understand, you can't be American, or you can be. I don't want to restrict things, because I understand how that could also become a tool of some, right? But I would say this: it's difficult to be American. It's difficult to be American if you don't know the backdrop of America. And what he just talked about is the backdrop. What are the foundations of America? And discussing it and being realistic about it, and being realistic about the contributions and the sacrifices, thus far. That's what it is. Any place that you are, that's part of it. And Colombia is our neighbor, right? It's another American country. It's our neighbor, and we share a lot with Colombians. We share a lot with other Americans. We're not isolated as U.S. Americans, unless you're ignorant as hell, unless you're problematic to everybody else. And I don't want to be problematic to Canadians. I don't want to be problematic to Central Americans, Mexicans. I don't want to be Mexicans, any Panamanians, anybody, El Salvadorians. I don't want to be problematic to South Americans, Brazil, Venezuelans. I don't want to be a dumbass to other Americans, because America is a beautiful continent if you try to travel it, if you go and experience it. There's a lot of beauty there, and it would be a shame of a person to be ignorant to all the beauty that is around them. That would be an utter shame as a human being. That would just be a waste. So let me just play a little bit more, and then let's get into the real shenanigans. This was, I think, this is almost too intelligent for a lot of people. A lot of people, man, sometimes I watch stuff, man, and I'm just like, damn, you guys are talking about stuff that has no consequence to your life. But this speech, people should pass it around. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in the chat. You pass it around and share it. Let's see here. Let's go.
All of humankind.
Nos toca unirnos.
We must join together.
Nos toca construir un arcoíris para todo el planeta.
We need to build a rainbow for the entire planet.
Contra los misiles no hay fusiles que valgan.
No rifle will be of any help vis-a-vis a missile.
Contra los misiles lo que hay es palabra que tiene poder y multitud.
It's the word that has power and multitudes behind it in the face
Y
of
la
missiles.
multitud se llama humanidad.
And the multitude is humankind.
Y ya acabo mis 3
And with that,
minutos.
I conclude my remarks.
There you
Hoy
go.
es el
Wow.
momento, decía,
This is the time
de que el presidente de Estados Unidos,
For the-
mirando el retrato de Lincoln, él y yo personalmente,
the President of the United States and I together were looking at the portrait of Lincoln
ante un bonito jardín de rosas que él diseñó.
in the face of the rose garden that he's
Yo soy
redesigned.
como Jackson en esto de la palabra.
And I know I've run out of time.
Pueda separarse
Can
completamente
be completely separated
de quien lo lleva a él y a la humanidad a un abismo.
from that which is taking him and humankind to an abyss.
Separarse de Netanyahu es necesario.
He must move away from Netanyahu.
Separarse de quien lanza misiles
Wow.
contra niños y niñas en el planeta Tierra.
And from those who launch missiles against the planet Earth.
Separarse de los misiles y hablar de un pacto por la vida.
And to move away from missiles and
Un
speak of a pact
pacto
for life.
por la paz.
Yeah, de acuerdo.
Y unirnos alrededor de Jesse para hacer realidad un arco iris de la humanidad. Gracias.
Wow. I am amazed. I was amazed by that.
Well,
you know?
I know you don't believe it. I know you
I was
don't
amazed
believe
by
it.
that.
But
Let me
we
see
shall
here.
overcome.
You know, that was amazing. Let me see here. Let's get. How do I pause this? Come on now. Yeah, that was amazing. That was an amazing speech, and I'm so glad that I went back to review it. And you know, because really, you know, this thing that's going on in the U.S., you know, it has some incredulous as Mike Tyson would say, aspects to it. You know, it has some components that are extremely politically troubling, you know, because they're trying to incite people to be against each other. That's what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? They're trying to make regular everyday people that just live go against each other for the wealthy. I mean, it can't be any more clearer than that. And we need to, you know, turn away from like bigotry of other people, no matter who you are. And it's not, and it's not just bigotry is not just an issue for certain kinds of people. It's an issue for everybody. Any kind of, if you're a human being, be cautious of bigotry. You know, be cautious, because any human being can put out some bigotry, and that is what these people want. They would love that to happen. So I would encourage my fellow podcasters, you know, that are out there representing, you know, or having an impact on communities, to think about that. You know, think about how you represent people in your argumentation. Just think about it and be real with yourself. Like, are you being real with the people that listen to your podcast? Are you being real, particularly the ones that have these identity conversations, right? It's one thing to lean on, how can I say this, achievements, and to lean on aspects of history. But it's another thing to exclude people from, you know, greatness also. You see what I'm saying? Like, everybody contributes. Everybody on earth has contributed to something that we use today, right? So it's important to be inclusive also. And not just important to be inclusive also. It's important to be inclusive. It is important. It is strategic to upward movement. You see what I mean? It's strategic to survival. You see what I mean? And that is what has been proven throughout mankind. You know, you integrate things that you find that you can't find at home. You integrate things that are necessary that you find from others. You see what I mean? And you also pass them along. After reshaping them, you also pass them along. So let's move on now. You know, this is Trump speaking about mankind and the kind of shit we get into. And he mentioned Netanyahu, the Colombian president, like we have to turn away. Yeah, because it's one thing to talk about Israel, but let's be very clear. When we talk about the president, we're not talking about the people. We're not talking about the country. We're talking about the elected leadership that is doing things that is harm that others don't like. Period. And people have a right to not like behavior. You see what I mean? And when you kill, it doesn't matter what your purpose is. There also must come responsibility. Whatever the reasoning is, there also comes great responsibility, you know, and the responsibility is not just on one, it's on all. You see what I mean? So what they're participating in right now, believe it or not, is going to drag other people into a conflict that asked very politely not to be a part of any conflict. Human beings and nations on earth have the right to say to Donald J. Trump and Netanyahu, we don't want to be dragged into your personal war. We don't appreciate how you went about it. Human beings and nations have the right to say that. You know, seriously. And yeah, I just, you know, human beings are going to have to, and nations are going to have to stand up for themselves, because we can't have this repeat cycle over and over and over. The United States of America just got out. It's Trump who talked all this shit about, we got to get out of Afghanistan, and Trump, he talked shit about Bush. Yeah, why did we send into Iraq? That was a total failure. We sent those troops there. We did this. Trump was dissing Obama. He dissed Bush, Obama, anybody associated, Biden, Kamala, anybody associated with anything. He dissed them all, any of them. And now he is the one, you know, repeating like the same damn things. I mean, you know, and whose intelligence are we going on? Let's be real. Whose intelligence is it? Whose intelligence was it the last time? You see what I mean? Sorry, but nobody has to trust any one single person. The world is being asked to trust Benjamin Netanyahu at his word every fucking time. That is no good. You got to find somebody else. You got to find somebody else. And it's the same thing with, I mean, the United States can't trust one man at his fucking word every goddamn time. Like, what is up with this? What is up with this? I mean, it is too narrow. It is too narrow, the leadership of Israel. It's not my business to say who they elect. I don't even care, because I'm not Israeli. I'm staying my ass out of it. But as an American, I have the right to say my people have supported you for an entire lifetime. We have the clear right to criticize what we want. And we have a right to not fund things we don't like, behavior we don't like, regardless of your religion, regardless of your nationality, regardless of your color, regardless of anything, your language, your history, anything. We have that right. And why do we have that right? Because number one, it's done in the American people's name, right? Number two, we're the ones paying the money for it. It's coming out of our pocket when we work. Yeah. So we have that right. That when you live in a free society, you have that right. So let's go ahead and hear what Trump has to say about one of the escapades that him and Netanyahu went on. Let's just take a little look here. Let's take a little look-see.
Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success.
Will, the majority of American didn't vote for this. That's incorrect. in terms of the voting population, right? The citizens that are the population that's allowed to vote, right? Only 1/3 voted for Trump. 1/3, 80 million people didn't vote at all. So there is no mandate about the American people. You see what I mean? With the electorate, the people that decided to vote, 80 million people is bigger than Israel. 80 million people is bigger than a lot of democracies around the earth. You see what I mean? There was literally 80 million people that didn't vote. No, there's like 160 million that didn't vote for Trump, period. Something like that. 160, 170 something million that didn't vote for Trump. And there's only like 80 something million, a little more than 80 million that voted for Trump. Trump barely won, basically, but 1/3 of the voting population didn't vote at all. So that leaves the rest to split between him and Kamala Harris. So he got 1/3, Kamala Harris got 1/3. He edged Kamala Harris out, but still either one of them only got 1/3. That's not the majority of Americans. So there's no American that he asked. He never went to Congress. That's what you're supposed to do. He never went to Congress and said, hey, should we strike Iran with Israel? Should we do that? Congress, let's hold a security meeting and talk about this. He never did. So again, he won the majority of voters, but that's not the same as what you said before. What you said was the majority of Americans. Look, let me read your statement and be very clear, because you need to clean your language up. Good thing the majority of Americans voted for him. Wrong. Majority of Americans didn't vote for him. So that's incorrect. And wrong. Rewrite your statement. That's all. It doesn't matter if you misspoke. I'm going to, correct it, period. And it's no offense to you. I'm just saying this has got people's blood on their hands. The people that did not vote for this, and when the president doesn't follow the Constitution, we have the right to speak up, and we have the duty to speak up. So Iranians, most Americans have not said they agree. Most Americans disagree with what Trump did. You see the polling every day. Is Trump going to listen to it? Probably not.
But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single...
Will, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about we knew he... No, why are you including me? I mean, I didn't vote for him. I didn't know he would do this. Nah, I knew he would do something. What? Who knows? Would he create a war? Yeah. With who? Don't know. When and why and how? Didn't know that. Wasn't included in the decision making. Sorry. You need to, hold to the Constitution. And when you see someone doing something that you don't like, you need to stand up against it. Otherwise it ain't going to count, to be honest,
Force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea.
He went out and told his own supporters that he wasn't going to be involved in wars. He criticized people being involved in foreign wars. Most of his voters didn't even suspect he would do it. That's the thing about it. So, do I believe anything Trump says? No, but I'm not one of his supporters. But his supporters, the people that voted for him, were told the exact opposite from his own mouth. So
almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it.
Who's this guy? Tony, what state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider? Will, what state do you come from and who's your healthcare provider?
If we hit them, it's
Alex, Mr. Alex, what state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider?
going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular.
Oh, so just people that are in the chat notice, Will's likely not even an American citizen. This is his answer. Private insurance in North Carolina. Yeah. We know.
Iranian missile launchers.
What about you, Alex? Come on with yours, Alex. Tony, what about you, Tony?
And 83% drop in drone launchers, as you know. The drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately, right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and very deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here, in addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved. Very strongly, they always denied it.
This is Trump, he was dissing everybody else for going to war before, and this is Trump explaining why he's doing the exact same thing he criticized from every other president that preceded him.
But they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way, the newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were.
All right. So, just to give people an idea of what Trump told people publicly, right, before. I mean, Trump has a history, right, making statements publicly. And you just simply have to ask yourself, which statement did you hear?
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
We have destabilized the Middle East. That's what he said before. So let's continue.
Sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site, and that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic.
Visible Priority says, I stand with aliens. Hey, man, well, that makes more sense than some of this shit I've been reading.
Missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time that threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use
we just got, listen, y'all. Chris, we just got finished listening to the president of Colombia, and now we have to listen to this moron. It's a demonstration of, of profound consequence. It's a demonstration of profound consequence. One man is literate, educated, opened his speech up with fucking science and goddamn all types of shit. This man was great, the president of Colombia. And now we have to watch a person who's basically illiterate read. Because Trump is barely fucking reading and he's making excuses. But you know one thing for sure? How can he, regardless of what he read or didn't read or any of that shit, he knows damn well his opinion was totally different a few years ago.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took...
Yeah, you can take it any way you want, okay?
It took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his...
See, he's criticizing Jeb Bush going back and forth. Took him 5 days. But how long does it take Trump? Trump is flip-flopping the whole time. Look.
People told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq.
And he agreed with Jeb Bush.
We spent
when he was running for president. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And all that shit he told you MAGA people, you dumbass, jackass MAGA people, you need to look in the mirror and smack yourself. Like, smack yourself. Take my advice and thank me later. Look in the mirror and smack yourself, because this man plays you for a goddamn fool. Your gas is up. Listen, if you bought an electric car, your gas is not up. Or it's up less than what your gas car would be. If you actually wanted health care before, you made the mistake of thinking, oh, I don't need Obamacare. Well, he took your other health care, your Medicare now. They just called it Obamacare to get you to go along with it. If you missing your SNAP benefits, well, that's because they told you they was just going to take welfare and you thought only certain people got welfare. No, welfare is SNAP benefits also. It's the same thing. So they love creating this jargon to fool his supporters, and he always has. And this is just one more example of how his supporters trusted a goddamn billionaire who's the best friend of the most prolific pedophile to exist in the United States of America, the best friend of the most prolific sex trafficker of children on earth, the best friend of the most infamous blackmailer of politicians, Supreme Court justices, senators, congressional members, lower judges also, that the country has ever known. This was his best friend, and now people people are saying he was there also. And by the way, Sasha Burrows has a really interesting statement today on his Facebook page. That is Sasha Riley, the one who said that Trump was the said Epstein was the subordinate of Trump in '84 and 4 other billionaires. And they were saying that while all this sex trafficking was going on back then in '84, that Putin's name was mentioned regularly, almost by all the elitists.
The war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake.
Yeah, so that's what Trump said then. Of course, people voted for him, and now they find out something else. And look, half of the MAGA people already know this. They're like, man, fuck Trump right now. But you still have, people hanging on his nuts. And these are the most embarrassing type, because they don't want to show you who they are. They don't want to show you their face. They don't want to show you anything about their life, because they know in real life they would never say this to people. They're fucking embarrassed. I would be embarrassed too.
Exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from.
Trump is a fucking embarrassment to the United States of America, like flat out.
Obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used, because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought that
Trump is dry snitching. Look, he's dry snitching. He's making these people all attached to him, because he's saying you could be held up for war crimes too. You gave me this advice. It was you. You were there in the room. You were part of this decision making, and I made my decision because of you. And now he's going to hold them by the thing of, if you don't go along with this lie, also, I won't pardon you for it. So just remember that. Look, check it out. Trump is slick. He dry snitches on people. I mean,
point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable.
Yeah, Jared, that's right.
In my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. It's logical. I mean, unfortunate. It's logical that I'm not saying it's right, but since we know a history, right? It's not the first time that Iran has attacked its neighbors, people that have U.S. weapons or have U.S. troops on their soil. That's not the first time. So Trump is very diabolical, because they probably anticipated that from the start. And this is the whole point of, who did you discuss this with? Who did Netanyahu and Trump discuss this with? Let's go to the map. Let's go to the map. And I'm just saying, look, if it doesn't work like this way, then get the fuck out of the deal, because this is a raw deal if you can't actually go out and talk to people, And here, so let's go here. Over here to the Middle East. Boom. This is the Middle East. Where's my camera at? Boom. Is it here? Yeah, here we go. So this is the Middle East, right? Let's zoom in. Now, when they went to war, right? When they went to war, there's a history already of a war that has taken place, several times. It's not one time where there's been excursions here and bombs being launched from different places, right? So I won't even go into the history, right? But it's very simple. Let me pull it over a little bit more so we can see the rest of it, because we got it. Here we go. This is better. Now, so we got Israel over here to the left under Syria, right? I mean, I'm just saying it's not under Syria, but you could see it's close, right? It's not recognizable right now because we're zoomed out. Here's Israel right here. You see, boom, next to Jordan. So let's zoom back out so we can see the rest of this. Now, did Netanyahu, since they're the ones that shot these, that did the first attack, right? They're the ones who did what they call a preemptive attack. Fine, that's what you did. Who did you inform? Did you inform anybody else in this area that this is what you were going to do? So they didn't inform the American people, right? It was done already, and they just came on TV and was like, tonight we did this. But who else in the region did they inform? Did they inform anybody else? Any of the countries, the people of the countries that have U.S. soldiers on them? Did they even bother to do that? I mean, because think about it. If they knew, and they had every reason to assume Iran would, because it's not the first time, did they give anybody any full warning just so people could protect their goddamn lives? That's what this is about. You know, were people given the common courtesy to know what tomorrow would look like, to even be asked or even chime in on it, to say, we're not for this, we disagree with this? I mean, or did you just do it and say, live with the consequences? Well, for the American people, he did it and just said, live with the consequences. That's what Trump did. He told the American people that you just have to live with the consequences. So I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe he treated other people better. Maybe other people in the region got warned before, but the American people didn't. So there you have it.
They were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then. And
so, somebody in the chat named Will says, he says this. Look at this. This is what he says. This is how much of a slave this person Will is. He says, just wait, you'll be fine. And then he said before that, they don't need to discuss anything with anyone. So guess what? You bitch ass Nazi. Fuck you. Okay. Bye, bitch. Come back with a new, whatever it is, it's time, a new YouTube channel name or some shit. But, you're gone. Yes, they do. Absolutely need to inform the people that pay their paychecks of every single thing they do. Okay. In case you don't know that, that's how it works in a democracy. Okay. In a true democracy. Okay. And, if you're going to have two choices at this. One is going to be a true democracy, or the other is going to be a slave. So nobody got time for someone who's on slave time. This is when he joined YouTube. Will 2538 got nothing on his site about him, anything. So in other words, he's another little punk ass troll who doesn't want to stand on anything he's saying. This could be a little gremlin off with a cell phone under a troll bridge somewhere, with 3 cents in their pocket, eating a piece of cheese. You know what I'm saying? And begging for coins. You don't know who this person is, and he's telling other people that they don't have to tell nobody. Nah, sorry, buddy, don't work here. I don't know where you come from.
Much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat. Not for a long time, anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets.
Anyway, let me get to the questions, because this is, lame and boring and it takes too long. Let's see here.
Look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky.
Let me just get to the questions. Hold on.
Destroy Israel. So we involved in this.
Here we go.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin.
This thing came up of semiconductors, And you're either going to, it comes down to the U.S. is missing equipment. They're missing materials right now. And Trump just had an emergency meeting with manufacturers. But the problem is that you need raw material to produce things. Yeah, guess what? You need iron ore and a whole bunch of other shit and different things, different materials that even ironically enough come from, some of them come from Iran. We don't get them from Iran, but China might, but we get them from other areas. But since Trump has made these tariffs, Trump has tariffed people. Well, guess who got affected? Right? You see, the military got affected. The people that produce the arms, they got affected. They have to charge more because materials cost more. Very simple. That's what because those are private contractors. Now, they produce the weapons for the U.S. government. You see what I mean? Now, so those prices went up, and who pays those prices? The American taxpayer pays that price, right? And you don't know how much it is. They're not even telling you really. But on top of that, it slowed down production. So right now, we're engaged in a war that could never end, a never-ending war, right? Because no one can guarantee anything. Right, you can't get, which is the whole reason why you shouldn't start a war, right? But you should try your best to not start a war if you cannot guarantee when it ends. And these need to be the questions because the people who started it need to pay the bills. If you start something, you should be responsible. You see what I mean? So where is the responsibility for the people that started? There's going to be refugees going everywhere. Listen, Europe, be prepared for a lot of refugees every single day that this war goes on. Refugees will be coming this way, and Trump knows it. That's how Trump and Putin. Now, are those refugees going to go to Russia? No, probably not. Probably not at all. Do they even want to go there? Probably not at all. Is Putin wanting to take these refugees? You see what I'm saying? Who wants to take these refugees? Let's look at the map. Who wants to take the refugees? I mean, that's the first thing you got to talk about. Who's going to take the refugees from this war? There will be many. Who's willing to take them? Do we got any names of countries that should take the refugees that stem from this war? Because in my view, it should be the people that wanted it, the people that started it, the people that came out in public, were on the telephone and said, yeah, you go do that. That's okay. We'll be responsible. We'll take some refugees. You go launch that preemptive strike. It should be people that very, very clearly can be documented as saying they want something to do with this war. Now, we know the United States is going to have to take a lot of these refugees. We have the ability. Why is that? Because we're bigger than Israel. So we got the ability to house a whole lot more refugees now. Come on now. even though that's why Trump ran against wars, because he didn't want any refugees. Well, guess what? Now it's the opposite. So that means we got to take these refugees from Iran. Right? Hey, you got to take them. You got to, just like you took them from Afghanistan, right? You had to. You can't just invade people and then leave the refugees up to everyone else to figure out. That's not being responsible. That's not being responsible at all. But I would really like to know, what is the plan for the refugees? What countries here are people who's going to be involved? Let me see here. We got, does Saudi Arabia want to take the refugees? Does Kuwait want to take the refugees? Does Iraq want to take the refugees? Does the United Arab Emirates want to take the refugees? Does Oman want to take the refugees? Does Syria want to take the refugees? Does Azerbaijan want to take the refugees? Does Turkey want to take the refugees? Right? Does Israel? Does Jordan? Right? Does Egypt? Does Eritrea? Does Djibouti? Right? Does Somalia? Right? Do any of those countries want to take the refugees? I'm just curious because that would be very interesting. Matter of fact, let's go see who took this right now. And don't ever forget this. Don't ever forget this right here. Trump said this shit years ago. This is what Trump said. Don't ever forget this.
Now, you can take it anywhere you want, and it took just record in Iraq. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, it took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
I'm sick and tired of Barack Obama blaming my brother for all of the problems that he's had.
And there it is. So they blame Barack Obama. He's sick and tired of Barack Obama blaming Bush. And Trump is saying his brother took him into that war, right? And that war was the worst ever, and they destabilized the Middle East. This is what they were saying before. Now, a lot of his supporters don't care if he openly lies when he's running for office, because if you did, then you would understand this man said this, and now he's doing the exact opposite, and you would no longer support this man if you cared about him lying. So his supporters don't care about him lying. His supporters are just mad people that are like on some what is this? The ends justifies the means shit, and we will never know. We will never know what the end is because they don't want to tell you, because they don't ever have to be honest. You see what I mean? The end could be annihilate all human beings on Earth. That could be the end of this one. It could be a secret pact made of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk to kill as many people so that they can get the Earth, own the Earth, and get whatever resources out of it so they can make more robots and get rid of all the jobs. It could be that. It could be to put every human being into slavery on Earth. You never know, because his supporters do not hold him to be accountable for any single thing, or any of the billionaires that are backing him. None of them are being held accountable for any actions, period. And his supporters don't want them to be. So make it very clear. The rest of the earth, you're in trouble, because these are the richest people on earth. And they have set their eyes on your country. They've set their eyes on your country. They've gone and interfered. Elon Musk has interfered in elections in the UK. He's gone around threatening the EU. You know, they've gone around and saying, hey, they want to run the same game that they ran on American citizens. They plan on running on other people. And you know what? It works easily, because people are easily tricked into bigotry. They're easily tricked into divisions. They're easily tricked into that, because most people are not rich. And so when they begin to see that there's problems, they think about, what's going to happen to my pockets, and who do I have to blame? Well, you can't blame the rich, because they're nowhere near you. They got a big wall built up. You'll never get anywhere near them. You're not even fucking allowed. And guess what? They don't want you. But who you can blame and take it out on is an innocent person who has really nothing to do with it any more than you do. You can get in reach of those people. They're all around you. Look, they look a little different, act a little different, talk a little different, might have a different gender than you, might have a different sexuality than you, might have a different accent than you, might have a different hair texture as you, eye color as you, skin color as you, might have a different height. Some might be fat, some might be short, some might be skinny, some might be tall. Some might come from Uland and not Sheeland. You know what I'm saying? Some might come from Abuja and not Lagos. Who knows? Who knows? Some might come from Sweden. Some might come from Denmark. There's rivalries everywhere. You never know. But this is what you got right now. This is what you got. An MFer that is not being held accountable for shit. And these people are going to fuck your life up if you don't do anything about it. Like, seriously.
A lot of people on the line from our side.
Look at this. Boo, 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 boo. Putin.
Approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight.
Just in case you want to know who the jackass Ray Appliance is in the chat, this is his YouTube page. He's brand new to YouTube, y'all. Welcome, Ray. This is the only account he have. Trust, he got nothing on this, but this is a real person. He's a real American. Ray, welcome to the chat. Let me read Ray's message. Yeah, the best Biden and Kamala could do was say don't. Ha ha ha. Yeah, y'all, this is Ray. He's a real person. He's not a troll. He's not a Russian troll. That's right. Anyway, let's go.
And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
very
to...
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
With respect to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for...
Marco, what country do you come from? Ray, what country do you come from? Hannibal, what country... Iran is far from destroyed. True, Hannibal. Let's see. Tracy, what country do you come from? Tracy, do you want Iranian refugees coming to your country? Ray, do you want Iranian refugees coming to your country? Marco, do you want Iranian refugees coming to your country? And Bud, do you want Iranian refugees coming to this country? Put a 1 in the chat if you want Iranian refugees coming to your country. Put a 2 in the chat if you only want the two countries that made the strikes have responsibility. Okay. I'm American, so I'll take responsibility. Fuck it. You know, they can come Iranian refugees, come all of you, just come right now and escape the war. Come to the United States of America. We're responsible. We said it on video. We announced why we were going to do it. And since we're stand-up people, our president is going to look out for you. Come on, all of you, come. You should also go to Israel because they also want to help you too. Come on, refugees. Who else? But the Venezuela leader is working. Anyway. Look, you notice Bud is a troll, so he can't even answer the question. I'm about to delete his ass. Listen, if you in the chat, you need to cooperate with the questions. We're waiting for the rest of you. Marco, what country do you come from? And do you want Iranian refugees coming to your country? Are you willing to help them?
For that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to... as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And
Look, here's this question. Look, properly vetted. Properly vetted for what? What difference does it make? If you bomb their home, why can't they come for asylum? So what are you trying to imply here? You trust Iranian records? Or something? What record? What do you mean properly vetted? How would you properly vet an Iranian? You know? How would you properly vet an Iranian? You can't properly... Well, you don't even trust Iranian government. How can you properly vet them? You just bombed them. You know? And see, here's the thing about it. It's called being responsible. You know? You really don't want them, but you're too much of a hypocrite to say it because Trump started a war. You voted for him, and you know damn well you voted for him because he said no more new wars. See, you're just being hypocrites. That's all it is. So in any case, we know that these are just trolls. So let's move beyond them. You can stay in the chat though. You can stay in the chat. Go ahead, blow it up for me. I appreciate it.
They were very, very bad to a lot of people.
People listening from your TVs. I'm sorry about that. I'm just looking at the chat for a second. I'm gonna pull off of it. I'm gonna pull back from the chat. But listen, do me a favor. Pick up your remote. Click the like button, everybody, if you enjoy watching Trump talk his bullshit and me break it down.
And a lot of people living on the Cuban American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban American business people, some of them are like the most successful.
Hey, you guys are for Cuban refugees coming to America now? I mean, before they were like, no more Cuban refugees. And now they're like, let's start a war with Cuba. What about Venezuelan refugees? Do you want more Venezuelan? I thought you had a problem with Venezuelan refugees. Well, I'm curious.
Successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it.
And now, by the way, Trump has gotten somehow the Jamaican government to renounce its medical relationship, its healthcare relationship with Cuba. So that means all of the healthcare professionals that were in Jamaica from Cuba, which don't really get paid that much, now someone else will have to do it for the same price, or Jamaicans will have to pay more. Someone will have to pick up the slack. But if you don't care about Jamaica or Cubans, then it really doesn't matter. So they're Americans, though. They're fellow Americans. They come from the Americas. But yeah, some people don't like other people from America either.
Them off from everything else. So yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please go ahead.
And a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it.
Okay. So is it okay for the U.S. to strike Iranian schools with kids in it? Is that okay? Put a 1 in the chat if that's okay. Put a 2 in the chat if it's not okay. And please follow the instructions. It's good that people like to be in the chat, but try to follow the instructions of the chat too. So when I'm asking you a question, that means I'm waiting for an answer. I'm not going to engage everybody, but I'm going to pay attention just to see who really responds, and who actually plays it, does things both ways. So put a 1 in the chat if you think it's okay. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. And if you don't participate, then eventually you're going to get blocked. So.
And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's okay to bomb schools with kids in it. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't.
Other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, It's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. You know, these were ships, these were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit.
I mean, just keep in mind, next week, people will be looking back to find out what significance of, if anything, of what Trump is saying right now is there. You see what I mean? And that's the key thing. What significance? Trump, when asked the question, he's saying, oh, well, they're almost done. He's basically making the argument that it will be over soon. Very, very soon. And why very, very soon? Well, this one is decimated. They don't have really any missiles left. You know, their ships or whatever, the Navy is decimated, and this and da. So in other words, it sounds like it's going to be over in what, 2-3 weeks, 4 months? Which one? A year? You see what I mean? So these are tapes. Now Trump doesn't care because he's going to be dead. You have to pay the bill. And I understand a lot of the trolls in the chat are not even American citizens, so and their country's not even engaged in this, so their money's not being used for this. But a real American citizen would have the brains to want to know why they can't afford health care, why their own country doesn't have universal health care, but they're paying for a war with Iran while Israel has universal health care. Everyone in Israel, everyone that sets foot in Israel has a right to health care. Americans can't even afford it. 40 million Americans can't even afford health care right now. And still, out of those people that can't afford it, a good number of them pay for it anyway through their taxes. So they pay for health care they can't even afford. At the same time, this president, who said he's against all those foreign wars, who said the Middle East was destabilized, he goes and does the same thing overnight without discussing it at all with the American people, just like he did the tariffs. I mean, don't get me wrong. You have every right. There's some people that are sadomasochists and they like torture. Some people like to work an extra hour for nothing. I don't know who, but there's some people that like to work longer for less. You see what I mean? There's some people that like to pay their bills and at the end of the month have nothing left, and they're totally happy with that. You know what I mean? Because they have resigned themselves to that sense of life. That's what they call freedom. Having nothing left over, being bankrupt and shit, having their mortgage collapse in on them. But then there's other people that don't have to pay these bills. You see what I mean? So it wouldn't want it necessarily the same way. Would like to take home a little extra money after they pay their bills and their taxes. You know what I mean? And most of the people that would like to take home a little extra money after they pay their bills and their taxes hate this fool right now. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, you can't have it both ways. I've noticed that it goes hand in hand. The people that feel like they should actually have a little bit more of their money left over after they pay their bills and their taxes don't like this guy.
So the rest is going to be determination as to.
You think I'm giving my last penny to motherfucking Trump? You got to be an idiot.
My attitude along with
this guy doesn't fucking care. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. He doesn't have your broke ass in mind at all. Period. Somebody said their husband is Cuban. They're Cuban American, and their husband is at black Cuban, whatever, black Cuban, and la la la, and all this Cuban are beautiful people. Man, let me just tell you right now, they don't give a fuck about you. Just understand that. This man doesn't fucking care about you. Go look in the fucking mirror and smack yourself. Smack yourself.
The people in the Trump
and thank me later
administration what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful.
No, see, they're quickly successful. Remember George Bush? Mission accomplished. Yeah, he had that big photo op.
This was a military.
Is he different from George Bush? Is Trump different from George Bush? Well, let's find it. He is different. He's worse. But I mean, in terms of these kind of shenanigans, let's find out. Will the war be over? How quickly will this war be over? Matter of fact, let me know. Everybody in the chat, let me know. How many years is it going to be over, or weeks? Just type 1 week, 2 weeks, type 1 month, 2 months, et cetera, or 1 year, 2 years. Let me know how long you think right now. Let's make a little bet. And those of you that are correct, because we're going to find this out. My channel is going to be up. I will be going live when this war comes to an end, quote unquote. I'm going to give you $50. Whoever is, well, hold on. Those of you to get it correct can split $50. No, those of you to get it correct can split $100. You can split it. So if it's 10 of you, you get $10. If it's 1 of you, you get $100. If it's 2 of you, you get $50. I mean, I'm not rich, so I'm just saying. You got me on tape saying that. So let's go.
Success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed.
What are we considering over? Yeah, when there's no bombs dropping and we're not spending money giving anybody in Iran anything, or anybody in because of this war. Yeah, that's when it's over, I guess. And the Afghan thing is not over. We're still giving money. You know, we're still giving money because of some part of the agreement. You know, but yeah. I guess when I would say when the bombs are finished dropping, when the oil is flowing, let's say that when the oil's flowing again freely, then I guess that would be, when it's over.
With what he saw, because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference.
He's slow with answering questions, man. He goes into a lot of stuff people don't even want to know.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is.
Right. Now, that's why this is what I was waiting for, y'all. He's saying he's not signing any other legislation. Again, these are the people that support Trump. Think about this before you react. He's saying he's not going to sign any other legislation until the Save America Act is passed by Congress. And the Save America Act, to be clear, if you did not vote last year or in the last election, your name can be removed from the voter registry logs. What does that mean? That means you will have to go out and get a new birth certificate or a new passport or a passport. How long does it take to get those things? Who knows? It depends on how good you are at documenting yourself and what the local offices accept of you. That's what it means. If you're a woman who's been married, it won't matter only if your name is still on the registry. If you didn't vote in the last election, you're not in the registry anymore. It's going to be kicked off. So that means if you're a woman and your name is your husband's name, if you change your name to marry your husband at any time, you will have to get a new birth certificate made. You will have to document who you are and get a new one made, right? That says, this is really you because you changed your name, now to something else. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is what they're asking for you to do. And then the other aspect is Trump is saying he ain't going to sign any other legislation. So if this doesn't get signed, Trump got nothing else for any of y'all. Not Republican, not Democrat, nothing. This is what the man is openly saying. He don't give a fuck who brings it to his desk. He doesn't care how many of you voted for it. He doesn't care if Republicans vote 100% and Democrats vote 100% or 2 Democrats and the rest Republican. He doesn't care what the bill is. He ain't signing it if this is this man's own words. Listen.
Amazing.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter.
So, in other words, the driver's license you have right now doesn't prove shit about who you are. This is literally what this dude is saying. Everyone went down to a state DMV to get a state ID issued by the state of where they come from. And this man is saying your state ID is no proof. It's no proof of it's no proof of who you are. That's what he's literally saying. Your state ID is no proof of who you are. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Is that possible? Is that possible? I mean, I'm just saying, is it possible? You know, I just think this sounds like a bunch of bullshit. And yeah, if you're down with that, if that's what you want to do, you want to pay $50 and $100. That's if you're lucky. Because listen, the processing time can take 6 weeks. It could take a week. You know, the birth certificate maybe is faster. But it depends on who you are. It depends on who you are. What if you born in America, you only have one sister or one brother, something like that, small family, right? And let's say your parents kept all the records that you had from your childhood, right? And let's say you only have the ones from when you actually moved out of your house after college or something like that you only have those records. And what if your family's house burnt on fire? Just caught fire and burnt up and everything was lost? Or what if they were flooded and all the papers and things like that got damaged? What if you're one of those American families? They're asking you to go out and pay money now. That's real life for a lot of people. You know, that is real life for a lot of people. And, you know, again, I know some Americans don't care about other Americans, don't have any empathy for other Americans. This is why I said the United States last night. I said the United States, the problem with Americans is we don't have a one for all for one mentality. All Americans are not for other Americans, even the Americans that they know are actually Americans. Many Americans are actually against other Americans, like having any rights. That's a problem. So this is why you don't see universal health care, because you don't have this one for all mentality. You see what I mean? This is why we don't have a lot like education, rights to education. If you're in one of these broke ass states where you need to get a technical certificate, trade school or something like that, you got to go out and find the money, but you have to pay that money back. But for a lot of people, it's not even possible. You see what I mean? And it's very limited just because it's not funded, you know, just because there's little funding. You see what I'm saying? So, but they got funding for this war. They got this funding for this war. And look, and only a third of the population. I mean, how many people actually say they agree with this war? And even if you agree or disagree, is the man supposed to go to Congress before he starts a war where your tax dollars get used? You see what I mean? So somebody gets to use billions and billions and billions. You're talking about between $1 billion and $8 billion a day. Someone gets by themselves, gets to decide to do that, while you have to sit around and wait for the scraps, and it's all paid for by your own tax dollars. I mean, if this is the America you want, this is the America you live with. This is the one you accept to have. But if it's not, you know, then you're probably a person that's like more European, more NATO, you know, because in NATO countries, people are getting more out of their taxes. Just very simple.
Voters legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America, and we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever.
You notice how he said, or whatever, or whatever.
Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men in women's sports and no trans.
Okay, so I'm going to have to figure out what that means. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure I know what it means. They're not going to. The bottom line is like this: it has to be challenged. Whatever it happens, just because it's signed by the president doesn't mean it's going to stand as law. It can be challenged in the Supreme Court. But here's the thing. There's 6 Supreme Court justices that are Republicans, and they align themselves with Trump a lot, but they don't always go along with stuff. So at the end of the day, they're defining voting rights. And your voting rights goes back to taxation without representation. Is it legal or is it not? Very simple. And what are the guidelines for that? What is supposed to be upheld at all times? You see, that will have to be reviewed in the Supreme Court. It sounds like it, but that's if it even passes,
Gender.
And then, don't be stupid. This is not a guarantee that Republicans will win. This is just showing you how scared Trump is. This is not showing you, this doesn't guarantee that Republicans will win. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You see what I mean? It doesn't mean it because the people are pissed off at Trump right now. So, it's just desperation.
Mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children. And we don't want that.
Mutilization of our children.
So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats.
No, what the fuck is he talking about? All right, let's just review that. Let's see here. 2 seconds here. Let me pull it up here because we have to fact check him a little bit. And of course we know it's lies. Some of it, at least, right, is guaranteed to be lies, but maybe some of it's true. Let's see here. Tell me all you can about the Save American Act bill as it stands in the Senate now, and who will be eligible to vote and how. Okay, so I just want to pull that up real quick. I'm gonna play a little bit more of Trump, and then we can review that.
Things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86.
So if it polls so positively among Democrats, do Republicans hate that? How do you feel as a Republican to hear that this is a bill that Democrats like? He's lying about it, of course. I mean, what the fuck? He just made that shit up. Trump makes shit up at any time, but since he's did it, how do you feel, Trump supporters, that Democrats like it? Is it okay? Are you going to support Democrats in this? This is some bullshit. All right. Well, in any case, look, here is what's on the table right now. This is actually what's on the table so people can review it. It says, as of March 2026, the Save America Act, an expanded version of the U.S. Save Act. Excuse my voice. I got a little cold. I'm still, I've gotten over the bigger part, but now this is just what's left. All right. The original Save Act, as Trump said, he was right about that. Is at a center of a high stakes legislative standoff in the U.S. Senate. While it has passed the House of Representatives, right, the path forward is currently blocked by a narrow party line divide. Okay. Here's the breakdown. Current Senate status: March 2026, the bill passed in the House. February 2026, 218 to 213. Right. But is currently stalled in the Senate. The numbers problem. The Senate Republican hold 53 seats, but the bill requires 60 votes. Yeah, they need a supermajority, right? Let's see here. To overcome the Democratic, what's called a filibuster. In this sense, it's called a filibuster. That's not the only way they use that term, but the talking filibuster debate. Some conservative senators and outside groups have pressured Majority Leader John Thune to trigger a talking filibuster or change Senate rules to pass the bill with a simple majority. However, Leader Thune has expressed skepticism, noting a lack of unified support for such a procedural move. Right now, keep in mind, this is an election year. So talking about changing the rules, right, of voting should not even be on the table, because keep in mind, just the mere fact that it will is likely going to go to the Supreme Court will also make it basically illegitimate. Any ruling, it kind of like puts something on the table that can't fully be adjudicated, you know? So why would you do that? Because in terms of the voting rights, that's not considered a norm or a standard at all. That's considered interfering with elections. You see, you're actually not supposed to do that. But in any case, not in an election year, but in any case, however, Leader Thune has expressed skepticism, noting a lack of unified support. The presidential ultimatum. President Trump has stated that he will refuse to sign most other legislation until the Save America Act is passed without being watered down. This has created a legislative bottleneck affecting other government businesses. Okay, so who would be eligible? This is the most important part. Who would be eligible to vote? Under the act, the core eligibility remains the same. Only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote, right? So it's the same as it is now under the law. Only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote. And they already have protections built in the system to identify people who are not. And they do every single time there's an election, right? They go through all those checks and balances to assure that, right? But Trump wants more. He doesn't believe that there's checks and balances that taxpayers already implement. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't believe that across the country. He thinks you're not concerned about your own elections in state to state. Republican states, he thinks you're not concerned about your elections. He thinks you don't do a good enough job in Republican states. He thinks you don't do enough job in Democrat states. He thinks you don't do a good enough job at all. None of you. Nobody does a good enough job. So he's calling for this new legislation, right? That's going to apply to every state. Okay, regardless if you're Republican or Democrat, you're going to have to go through this. Your family members, everyone you know. Okay, so here we go. The bill shifts the burden of proof. Sadly, right? New documentation requires, if enacted, the bill would require documentary proof of citizenship, which most people don't walk around with. When you have your driver's license, for some strange reason, the states have not bothered to say who's a citizen and who is not, which is why they don't use a driver's license at a voting poll. They don't use it at a polling station, you know, because it doesn't say who's a citizen and who's not. But usually they used to give out voter registration cards. The states used to do that, but they don't do that. I don't think they do that, all of them. But here's the thing. Only one person, you know, that's registered can vote. So if you're registered, they already have to check who you are. You have to come in with some sort of identification to prove who you are, social security number, you know, name and address. Only one social security number attached to one name and one address can be used. Very simple, right? Now, a new documentation, if enacted, the bill will require proof of citizenship to register for elections. Currently, most states allow voters to attest their citizenship under penalty of perjury. Right. So you sign. Are you a citizen? Do you sign under penalty of perjury and jail time? Yes, I'm a citizen. Because if you're found out to be lying, you could go to jail. It's a federal crime, by the way. Do you know that? That means that's, you know, a serious charge. Right. Yeah, that will stay on your criminal record for the rest of your life inside of the United States of America. Now, here we go. You would have to have this, a U.S. passport, current or expired. Okay, damn, that's interesting. Or expired. Okay, I didn't know that. That's new for me. I thought it was just you have to have one that's valid. Okay, a birth certificate must be an original or certified copy. Okay, for a lot of people, they don't have birth certificates. You know, the older you get, the less likely it is that you're going to have this. But you might have a copy, but it's likely not even certified. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't. Me living outside of the U.S., I have a certified copy. Not even a certified copy. I had a reissued one that I needed. And so I got that also with my passport. But A lot of people in the U.S. don't have it and have never had to think about it before. And ask yourself, how long is it going to take you to get it? And the bill's not even passed now, so you don't even know if you need it. You see what I'm saying? How much confusion it causes? Do you think that's fair? Do you think they're talking about this right now is fair? In March, let's see here. March, April to May, May to June, June to July, July to August, August to September. So this is 7 months from now. And they're talking about it. 7 months from now, you got to have all that shit prepared and you got to be registered. So just so you know, naturalized certificate or consular report of birth abroad. That's if you naturalized American, right? Military ID, only if it includes a U.S. place of birth. Not every military person has that in there. Doesn't include it. Place of birth. Not like a passport does. You see? Not like a birth certificate does. You see? So they're kind of pointing in that direction for people that have to register. People that are registered already, I don't think that applies to you. If you didn't vote in the last election, this definitely applies to you. And if your name for some reason is not on the voter registration roll, which is usually because you didn't vote last year, this will apply to you. The state issues ID driver's license only. A state issued driver's ID license only if the state already requires proof of citizenship to get the license and indicates citizenship on the card. Okay, so some states do this. I don't know. I'm gonna ask that question. What state does that? Right? That would be good to know. Does your state do this? That's a good question to ask. You can make that happen in your state. You don't have to wait for the federal government to make that possible. Do you think that's a good idea? I think some states do this already, to be honest with you. See, this is where the bullshit comes in. A lot of states already have this kind of stuff. Let me just go ahead and ask that right now. Okay, well, let me go back to that one. Okay, how would people vote? The bill introduces several new hoops for both registration and casting a ballot. So there's more. In-person registration. The bill emphasized in-person present registration of citizenship documents. So that means you have to go down and present them in person, these new birth certificate, this passport, or any documentation to register to vote. You would have to do it in person, right? Effective, let me see. This would likely effectively end or severely limit online voter registration. So online voter registration available in 42 states could be ended. Eliminate the ability to register via mail without submitting original documents or verified copies. Without submitting original documents or verified copies, how are you going to get your shit back? Okay. Disrupt third. So that means the 1/3 of them, the 80 million Americans that didn't vote in the last election, this definitely applies to you if you're thinking about voting now. It doesn't matter if you vote for Republican or not. Disrupt third-party voter. Disrupt third-party voter registration drives. Okay, damn. So the third parties, if you're a person that's tired of don't want any third parties, you only want Democrats and Republicans to exist, this harms you, right? This is for you. If you only want Democrats and Republican Party to exist, then you like this new bill. If not, if you think independent more parties should exist, then this is bad for that. Strict voter ID at the polls. Beyond registrations, so you got to not only register, you got to show up with it. The act mandates a strict photo ID requirement at the polling place to be valid. The ID would likely need to match the citizenship records provided during the registration. Okay. Mail-in ballot restrictions. The bill seeks to limit mail-in voting to specific exceptions such as military or overseas voters. Yeah, that's me. I vote overseas. The bill seeks to limit mail-in voting to specific exceptions. Okay, so I would be an exception. Individuals with illness or disability, voters who are traveling during the election period. You see? So this is funny because, again, to overseas voters like myself, I live abroad. I'm an American citizen, but I live outside the U.S. as an adult. I've always had to have a passport. And at times I've had to prove my citizenship, to do a lot of stuff already with the U.S. Embassy. You see what I mean? So For people that live outside, it's typical that we would have these kind of records. Even when it's time to vote, it's not a big issue. We just send a copy of our passport, or we put the information in electronically that's on our passport, and they can know if it's real or not, these kind of things. But for a lot of American citizens, y'all not used to this, Republican or Democrat, so it's something you should think about and ask, should you contact your your senator? Should you? Who knows? Okay. Key challenges, criticism. All right. So let me get past that. There's challenges and there's criticisms, but let me see. But let me get to the next part. Let me see here. There's one question I wanted to ask, and that was about state issued driver's license. Okay. What states already have state issued driver's licenses that say if you're a citizen or not? Mine does. My Danish license says that. Also my what do you call it? My residence. Obviously, you don't need a residence permit if you're not Danish. But let me see here. Okay, it's important to note that the standard real ID, the one at Gold Star, proves lawful presence, meaning you're here legally, but it does not necessarily prove citizenship. As a legal permanent resident, green card holders can also get them. Here's the states that have specific markers that effectively indicate citizenship status. States with enhanced driver's license, EDLs. These are the only licenses that serve as explicit proof of U.S. citizenship. They are designed, so this is something interesting for people to know. You might want to try to, follow up on this like ASAP. They are designed for land and sea border crossings and require rigorous proof of citizenship to obtain. They are marked with the word enhanced and often have U.S. flag icon. Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, Washington. Is that Washington State or Washington, D.C.? Okay. 2, states with unique non-citizen indicators, new for 2025-26. Some states have recently passed laws to specifically mark licenses issued to non-citizens to assist with voter roll maintenance and law enforcement. So some states have already gone out before Trump, you see, to preempt Trump. Tennessee, early 2026, this began issuing visually distinct licenses for non-citizen residents, including those with legal permanent status. These are designed to make it immediately clear to poll workers. Okay, Virginia, driver's license privilege cards to residents who cannot prove citizenship or legal presence. Okay. These look different from standard license. Okay. Right. So their resident card looks different. So you can, it looks totally different from, I don't know if that's going to work. Okay. States with not for federal purpose markings. Okay. So this is different cards though. Okay. Let me see. License to individuals who cannot or choose not to provide proof of legal status. Right. So these are different licenses. So look, it's not many states. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that already have this enhanced license that proves you're a citizen that's accepted. So this is a simple way, but I'm not sure what state that is. What state is that? Let me just see here. TSA. 2 seconds and then we get back. I'm going to look at the chat in a second. What is it? Does it say who's the real complaint? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw this down here in the chat for people that want to know also. Here, real quick. I'm going to put this in the chat. Just for people that want to know, right? Yeah, it's only 5 states so long. So that means a lot of people, listen, if you're not registered to vote right now, it's a good idea to do what? Call your county clerk, registrar, or voters or board of elections and make sure you're registered to vote. That's the first thing you need to do. Make sure you're registered to vote and make sure you're registered under your current address. Okay, that's key. Right? And why? Because it takes time to get a passport or birth certificate. Don't wait until the last minute, until the election is close, because these things can be delayed. They don't tell you how long. Oops, sorry, you got to do this again. Sorry, oh, you came through with this. Well, can you go back home and get this? And then you come back and then, oh, but we also need you to get this. You don't know how good your service is at this state institution, how well informed they are. You see what I'm saying? So better to do it early than to do it late. Straight up, better to do it early than to do it late. Yeah. Now, let me see here. So just to make it clear, people that are watching my program, you're watching a person that already has these things under wraps. I voted for Kamala Harris, by the way, but I already have this documentation. You know, I voted in the last election. You see what I mean? So, if I were you, I would take this. Well, people says it used to take 6 weeks, but to get a passport, but now I can only, yeah, exactly. Gino, shit. I remember only one time was mine delayed, and it was delayed by months, and they wanted me to get some information from the U.S. that I hadn't, you know, I had to reach out to family members to get the documents and shit, just because it's personal stuff I haven't reviewed in years and decades. And then finally they said they were sorry, my fault, that, you know, sorry about that. They made a mistake or whatever and apologized. That's the only time. I had one time where that happened, but I'm just saying it can happen for people. So don't wait until the last minute. Do not wait for this election to do what? Find out if you're registered to vote. To call your county clerk, register of voters or board of elections and make sure you are registered to vote or register in your state or register with the correct address. Don't wait. Do it now. Do it today. Do it tomorrow, but don't wait. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no guarantee of how well organized your local state offices are. I hate to say that, and I'm not trying to point, but these are government workers. Some government workers can be better than others, and it depends on who answers your phone call and who deals with your actual cases. So just remember that when you think of Trump. You know what I'm saying? He likes to put shit off on everybody else, you know, make everybody do some more work and shit. And of course, he don't want to take responsibility, right? So that's another key thing. So he's going to lay it on your state in any case. Yeah, so just register to vote. And, you know, I'm going to remind folks again, but everybody needs to be saying this right now because, listen, it's also good to give indications of how much you hate this fucking government right now. And a good indication is to hit your public state voter registration office and register today. Because as soon as they start seeing that registration shit going up and more people registering, that's going to give them an indication of how much you hate the fucking Senate and the Congress right now. Yeah, send your message by registering to vote. There's 1/3 of the eligible voters in the U.S. don't vote. Show them you are tired of their shit by registering to vote. Send the signals out now. You know what I'm saying? That's what taxation about representation is about. You don't have to wait till voting day to show that you about it. You know, it starts off by showing you interested in voting this time. That will send, you know, and how they do this is they look at the metadata. They look at all the data. They know. And then when they see people aren't active, aren't talking about it or talking about shit in a dumbass way or aren't interested in the elections, then the congressional members act that way, yo. They act that way. You see? So it's all about how the American people act and give indicators, you know? So I don't know. Pam says, I wonder if blue states have more hoops to jump through. You know, to be honest, I'm going to say I don't think so. The data suggested that I looked at last, it suggested that this is going to affect more red states than ever. Than they think, you know, and more than blue. But because more blue state people have passports. Straight up. More blue state people travel outside of the country. More blue state people, you know, there's other things going on. You got the biggest economies, you know, California, New York, things like this. They need things to be properly done already. Let me go back to this list. You know, for certain things, they got, you know, a population that requires certain things to be maybe done a certain way. But let me look that up real quick. Who is estimated to be most affected by this change? Are Republicans, states, or Democrat states likely to be more affected by the Save America Act? And I hate how Trump names these things, because it's always America. He don't give a fuck about America. If it doesn't have something to do with him and his family and how well he's doing, he shits on America every day. So it says here, analyzing which states will be most affected by the Save America Act reveals surprising reality. While the bill is championed by Republicans, data suggests that Republican-leaning states and rural voters, remember that word, rural, right, may actually face the steepest logistical hurdles. And I keep trying to tell you people that voted for Trump, these Republicans don't give a goddamn about you. And the faster you wake up from this, the faster your life will get better. But it's only up to you. Nobody can force you. The impact isn't just about red and blue, though. Politics is about geography and infrastructure. Why Republican states are highly affected. Several factors make residents in Republican-leaning red states particularly vulnerable to the bill's requirements. Right? Christian women changing their names, getting married. Blue state people rarely do that anymore, change their goddamn name when they married. But red state people almost all do. Several factors make residents in Republican-leaning states particularly vulnerable to the bill's requirements. I mean, these Republicans not even thinking. They just pass shit because good old Trump billionaire wants it that way. The rural distance factor. The bill mandates in-person registration with original documents. The problem of rural states, Wyoming, Kansas, or West Virginia, residents often live hours away from the county single board of elections or DMV. Yeah. They don't give a fuck about you, about that. More gas. And if they don't get it right the first time, when you get there, you're going to have to drive back home and start over. Impact. 2025 study found that rural voters could face an average of 4.5 hours of round trip driving just to register or update their name after marriage. Do they care? It's up to you rural voters to answer that if you care on that. I mean, I can't because I'm not a rural voter. I'm from DC and I live in Copenhagen. All right, so the lack of enhanced IDs. Most Republican-led states do not currently issue enhanced driver's licenses, EDLs that prove citizenship. If you live in states like Texas, Florida, or Ohio, your current real ID likely does not count as proof of citizenship or under this act because of those states don't require citizenship for ID only lawful presence. That's crazy, man. Consequently, nearly every voter in these states would need to locally and physically locate a physical birth certificate or passport to register or update their information. Can your state even handle this new surge in people trying to vote? That's another question. How long is that line going to be? On what day? What time? These are questions you might want to ask when you support a person like Trump. But if you don't, oh well, can't make you do it. Nobody can force you. You have freedom. You have the freedom to decide yourself. And you're grown asses by the time you're 18. So you got to take responsibility. 3, high population or paperwork poor voters. Statistical data shows that roughly 1 in 10 Americans lack immediate access to a birth certificate or a passport. The demographic is heavily represented by seniors. Right? And I told you about this. Seniors don't always have information. If you're 80 years old, I mean, what's the likeliness of your childhood records still being intact? And what state would you come from where this would affect you most? It's just worth looking into. Maybe you have a lot of money and your grandparents traveled a lot, and so they have this passport and these kind of new birth certificate done already. Or maybe not. Maybe they don't travel so much. Costs money to travel, though. Low-income rural residents who may find a $165 passport fee or cost ordering an out-of-state birth certificate to be a modern-day poll tax. Yeah, is that illegal? Is a poll tax illegal in the United States of America? Or does the Constitution say representation without taxation without representation is simply illegal? I mean, how do you interpret the Constitution? And why would your elected official not be understanding how this is in clear sight of something problematic, something that goes against taxation without representation? I don't know. You tell me. It's not my president. I didn't vote for this motherfucker. So it's not my Democratic president suggesting you do this. It's your Republican Trumpian one and your Republican Trumpian senators and congressional members. Okay, why Democrat states are affected differently. While Democratic leaning blue states also have many voters without documents, the primary impact there is administrative and legal. Automatic voter registration, AVR, 24 states, most blue, and AVR, where the DMV automatically registers you. This Save America Act would likely kill these programs because they rely on back-end verification rather than front-end documentation. Presentation required by the bill. Mailing and voting infrastructure. States like Oregon, Washington, and California, which vote almost entirely by mail, would see their entire systems upended by the bill's new restrictions in mail-in ballot application ID requirements. Summary. Okay. Regardless of state color, certain groups are hit harder across the board. That's basically middle and lower class. You're going to get hit the worst. And where does the biggest percentage by state, state by state, who do those voters vote for? It depends on what state you are. If you're in Republican state, a lot of the poor voters vote Republican. If you're in a blue state, it's mostly blue, not that much Republican, but a lot of the Republicans are poor too, man. Certain policies, not all, but a lot of them can be. Married women. This is the main demographic, I think, right here. Anyone whose current name does not match their birth certificate due to marriage or divorce must provide a linkage document like a marriage license. So married women are mostly affected. Top group. Married women or divorced women, either one. Women are mostly affected. Yeah. If you got married or divorced, you could be affected. You're mostly affected by this. College students, right? Because, you might move. The act specifically prohibits student IDs as valid voting ID, even from state-run universities. That's crazy. College students, Native Americans. Okay, we talk about being American. Well, now we're trying to make it harder on them. What did they do to deserve this? Did they do something to some Republican somewhere? Many tribal IDs do not list a place of birth or have expiration dates, which are required under the bill's strict standards. The midterm game chaos, y'all. Here it is. Perhaps the biggest impact is timing, since the bill is being debated in March 2026 now, with midterm primaries already on the way in states like Texas. Texas just had stuff, and it's not only the main midterms in November, it's ones before that in different states. Special elections and all of that. With midterm primaries already underway in states like Texas and North Carolina, critics argue that changing the rules in the middle of the game would make the 2026 election nearly impossible to manage for local officials. How could this even be upheld in the Supreme Court? But if it is, it's only because there's 6 Republicans that are scared of Trump for some reason. Maybe they're in the Epstein files. Who knows? Maybe they paid and bought. Who knows? Yeah, so that's a summary, y'all. That's a summary. And it is what it is. I'm like, look, some of these dumbass questions. Why are you in Copenhagen? Get back to the motherfucking topic, you jackass, Marco. It's about voting, you stupid fuck. And you should be concerned because unlike many of you, I actually have no problem voting. It's people that don't usually have a passport or a birth certificate that do. Why are you where you are? And where are you? And what evidence do we have of you being anywhere? Let's go to Marco's channel. Let's get Marco to prove something about himself. Let's see here, Marco. Is there anything here we could learn about you? Nothing, man. So I can't waste my time with you, man. Show people something. Don't ask so many questions. Show people stuff about yourself. Let's qualify who you are, man. But in any case, you pay no taxes in Copenhagen. No, I pay taxes in Copenhagen. What's wrong with you? You don't know? Marco, how old are you? How old are you, man? How old is Marco, man? He's asking, you pay no taxes in company. How old are you, man? You don't know the rules of your own country? Look, people that are residents in the United States of America pay taxes in the United States of America. People that are residents, that have residence, legal residence in Denmark, pay taxes in Denmark. Okay, well, don't ask silly questions, man. Come on, man. But listen, you don't sound American either, so I just have to say that, man. But in any case, no problem, man. You don't have to be American. But it's good to qualify something about yourself so people can have an idea of who has these perspectives or these opinions that you have. Like, and what I mean by qualify is people can see me, people can hear me. Matter of fact, let me drop the link. When you go to my page, you see stuff about me. It's there. It's really me. I'm showing you myself. So my opinions are being backed up, qualified by a lot of other things that are open to the public that you can see. So you should consider that. You know what I'm saying? You should consider that. I would say, let me see here. Hold on. Let me try to get this up. Everybody should consider that, by the way. It's a good look to show a little about yourself, especially when you're dealing in politics. So people have an idea, because trolling is a big part of this online thing. And that's why I asked, because I'm aware of it. Yeah, so copy. Let me see here. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Nah, you ain't seen it all at all, man. Usually these trolls talk a lot of shit. So, and as a matter of fact, Marco, I'm just about to time you out, bro. So see you later, man, because you're kind of annoying. You know, grow up a little bit. But in any case, I dropped the link in the Discord. If anybody wants to come up and rap, let people know who they are, let people hear their voice, this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Show a little of yourself. If you don't mind that, have a good discussion, because this is about being authentic. It's not about trolling, and it's not about having an opinion. It's about being real and having an opinion, you know, and standing on it. You see what I mean? Anybody can have an opinion, but when we don't get an idea that you're more than a troll, then we don't know if you stand on it. You see what I mean? So give a little, you know, sacrifice a little with your opinion so people can trust you. You know, at least they can know that your opinions are really yours. You see what I mean? And who they are, that they belong to you, and it's actually a real person. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, you must pay taxes to be an American citizen. He would be in jail for tax evasion. Yo, how the rules work, it's called dual residence. I'm not a dual citizen. It's called dual residence. And when you're a dual resident and you're an American citizen and you live in a place like Denmark, we don't pay the taxes in the U.S. We pay the taxes in Denmark, but we have to file the taxes that we pay in Denmark. We have to file them into the U.S. government system also every year. So every year I issue my tax documentation from Denmark, my all of it, pension, blah blah blah, everything. Okay, everything means everything. So you don't have to ask me. All of it that any person that has a union job that works and has lived in a country for 20 years would have. You have to report all of that stuff, all your assets, all of it to the U.S. tax authority. And only if you make, you know, if you're a millionaire, then they might start trying to get some of your money, you know. But if you're just regular person, regular life, you know what I'm saying, middle class or whatever, then there's nothing you owe. You don't have to pay any more taxes in the U.S., right? And yeah, so that's how it's done. So we file, but it's a formality essentially. But that formality can cost you a lot if you don't do it, because if you don't file, you can be stopped from voting. You could be stopped how? You could be stopped from getting a new passport renewed. You could be stopped from getting certain things just by not filing federal help from the embassy. You don't know what it is, but it can be, you know, things like passports and stuff like that. So if you need one, obviously you got to apply every 10 years for a new passport, you know. But this stuff is public information, y'all. And if you really are serious, you should go review it yourself. I'm just telling you because I actually happen to know. So you can pretty much rely on this information from me because I live it every day. You see what I'm saying? but you can also review it and research it a little yourself. So, yeah, taxes are done pretty much, unless you're a corporation. No, taxes are done mutually by everybody. The government does your taxes for you. They have it all outlined, and you approve it. And where there needs to be some adjustments, where there's something that they miss, you add to it. But they're very active. Yeah, that's different from the U.S. You kind of go in and do it all on your own, and then you wait for them to reply. But the Danish government already knows a lot. If you work like me, 9-to-5 job, it's a union job. The Danish government knows where I'm employed. They know how much I make for my job. If you have a business, then you might have to do it. You do it, but they call you and tell you when to do it. There's a time frame. Only if you have a business is it a little different. But I recently closed down one of my side businesses because I didn't want to keep filing zero, because the last year I wasn't making a lot in it, so I didn't want to keep doing the tax paperwork and stuff. But I wanted to have a little break from that. But outside of that, nah. It's pretty much done by the government, and then you add to it, and they give you a time to edit it yourself. But they construct it for you, and then they give you time to fill in whatever is missing. And then, yeah. So, there's one that's called a preliminary or advanced tax itemization, and then there's one that's called the final one. That is once you've added whatever else to it, and it's done. So one is an estimated one, which the community and government can work with, and then the final one. So they work with two types, and both exist for everybody. You see what I mean? So, Denmark is pretty well and efficiently run country, and it's run well, and things work in Denmark. That's not the U.S. I can honestly say that, and I'm not trying to talk down, but I'm just saying, no, I live in a country that's organized very well, and so I can speak about that. You see what I mean? And until I have lived somewhere else and experienced it, not just from a theoretical perspective, but a practical perspective, I wouldn't really be able to speak on it this way. You see what I mean? So I'm just letting my Americans know that, yeah, actually, Denmark is a very well-run country, and I'm letting people know that the positives that you do here really are the positives. They really do exist, and it's not some kind of scam. No, it's actually working better for average people, the everyday taxpayers, than it is in the U.S. Danes are getting more for their taxes than American citizens are getting. You pay a little more high the taxes you pay are a little higher, but you don't know because the tax deductions are also bigger. Like I pay roughly 39%, but my what is called deduction is already $12,000, or between $12,000 and $14,000 a year, U.S. dollars, that I don't pay any taxes on. So I only pay taxes on what's above that. And then on top of it, the taxes that I do pay for my health care too. Health care is included. Education is included. And a lot of other things are included in that. So in the end, on top of all of that, they say on average Europeans take home, after they pay their taxes and their bills, their monthly expenses for everything, they keep roughly $1,000 more in their pocket than Americans do. I mean, this is what the data suggests, and Americans need to catch up on this, man. You guys are just going to continue to be pointing fingers at each other instead of what is right out there in your face, the billionaires, and they could be no more grossly represented right now than ever before. You see what I mean? So let me see here. But this is the jobs report. Somebody said something about the jobs report yesterday, and and I said, no, not the jobs report, just other reports. And I said the economic data and the job, all this shit, they've all been delayed. All the reports have been delayed by the U.S. government. That's not a good indication when they have to delay them. But now the job reports are out, and it is as expected. It's not looking good. This is serious information. So you have to compare the jobs report to the other economic data to see what it actually concludes. One without the other, you can't really conclude much, right? But it's not looking good. Let me see here.
We start with Donald Trump's economy sputtering as he escalates a war with Iran that's threatening global energy and America's wallets. Today, the February jobs report. The U.S. economy losing 92,000 jobs. The unemployment rate ticking up to 4.4%.
Yes, here we go. This is the big Feb jobs report. Non-farm payrolls, minus 92,000. Minus 92,000. That is a biggie.
Here we go. So we have a negative number for February non-farm payrolls, a loss of 92,000 jobs. We are also seeing the unemployment rate tick up to 4.4%.
The White House is clearly caught off guard, and they're trying to spend the data any way that they can.
It's something of a surprise, but there's some weather, there are strikes on the West Coast, and I think that we also have this birth-death model. Yeah, I think it's consistent with everything else we're seeing, which is that the economy is really strong.
The GOP knows a weak economy during a costly, undefined war in the Middle East isn't great economic pitch ahead of the midterms. So, more than a year after Trump took office, his aides are still trying to blame,
Yo, Chris,
you guessed
no
it,
worries. I appreciate you.
The midterms are about roughly 9 months away. How soon can we expect the jobs picture to pick up sharply, more jobs coming into the economy? When are we going to see that?
We're going to see it when Republican voters decide to write their representatives and say impeach Trump, or I'm not supporting you again. It's very simple. All of this is going to end when the Republicans decide it's going to end. But they're okay with it. You got to understand, MAGA Mike Johnson, he has his pension. He's got his kids went to private schools, I'm pretty sure. They have dental care. They got the best health care. You know, all the representatives do. So they're not in an emergency state. The representatives are okay. They live quite well. But what about you? You know, yeah, this is great news if you need bodies for the military, you know? Yeah. And a lot of those people are going, I'm going to tell you, this is a lot of the people from those states, they go to the military too, man. You know, while their own families don't even have fucking health care. I mean, it's crazy, you know? And again, I ask, what do you fight for? There's nothing wrong with fighting for your country, but you should be clear about what you're fighting for. Don't let it just be a word. You know, freedom should have details. Should come with some details and shit, because freedom ain't freedom to everybody, you know.
Well, I think we have seen that tick up a little bit. Again, this number in its raw numbers is not something we wanted to see, but overall we're still better than what we inherited from the Biden administration.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. And that's all they have to do, because their followers, Republicans, just don't even go and look at the data themselves. Of course they're going to say that.
Fact check, false. Biden's last 13 months in office, the U.S. economy created 1.4 million jobs, while Trump's 13 months back has seen the economy gain only 198,000 jobs. Meanwhile, there's no end in sight to the war with Iran.
It's a recession. Markets. Right now, the U.S. is in recession, you know. And listen, middle class and poor people, you need to understand they're not going to say it's in recession because it's a technical term. So, you know, but for people like you, the country is in recession. You have to understand that clearly. So that means you have to behave. If you want to survive, you have to behave like it's in a recession. And guess what that means? That means it's going to go deeper into recession too, because they're relying on you to keep freely, openly spending your money to keep the country teeter-tottering on, is it in a recession or not? Instead of looking out for your own best interest. No, this country is in recession, the United States. Save your money. Whatever kind of deals you got going on, be worried about. If you got a mortgage, be worried about what's going to happen when it does officially go into recession. Be worried about what your mortgage terms are. Be worried about that, because these banks are going to want their money. You know, be worried about a lot of stuff. I mean, listen, this is all on the voters and the non-voters, but the voters primarily, people that are active voting. I mean, you also need to be active writing your representatives, because your representatives, if they don't see that you're against these problems, they're going to continue down the direction that they're going down. And that direction is you, the poor and the middle class of the United States, regardless of what party you're in, you don't need help. You don't need a break. You're fine with things how they are right now. So if you don't speak up loudly and boldly against it, they're just going to keep on moving ahead. You know, it's sad, man. It's
sending
sad.
the price of oil up and pushing stocks down, down, down. The S&P 500 is now in negative territory for 2026. Qatar's energy minister is now warning of catastrophic consequences for the global economy. Quote, "This will bring down the economies of the world. If this war continues for a few weeks, GDP growth around the world will be impacted. Everybody's energy price is going to go higher." And guess what? It's already happening.
So, Europe, give yourself a round of applause, European countries and Denmark, for going into electric cars, electric vehicles, electric trucks, and taking it serious from the beginning. Like, yo, Harbonip, what's up? Like, be proud of yourself, Denmark and other European nations that quickly went into green energy. Think about how this is going to boost the green energy. Now, think about that. This is the best commercial for windmill production. This is the best commercial for people to create better electric grids. The U.S., man, damn. They don't even have the electrical grids in place. You see what I mean? They just fumbled that shit. You know, but the people, at least they went to L vehicles. You know, the people that have transport vehicles that are L vehicles, you're going to be, you know, you have options. If you have one vehicle that's L and one vehicle that's gas, you got options. But the people that just got gas, yo, Fries, I see you, man. No worries. I see you. Ted Cruz and yeah, man. Yo, this is crazy. Harbo, yeah. But the people that have options can do something. No, people that don't have options, you can't do nothing. You got to just sit there. You know what I'm saying? You got to just sit there and you got nothing. When you have options, you can navigate and negotiate better. You know, you can maneuver better. But when you have no options, I mean, obviously the EU, they wanted to reduce their dependency on Russian oil. That's been a political issue. That's not just when Trump came into office. Europeans were talking about that 20 years ago. Flat out. And they moved on it 20 years ago. That's why in places like in Denmark, you see charging stations for L vehicles everywhere. They've had for the last, I think, 15, 20 years, tax deduction for L vehicles. So when you buy a L vehicle, you get a tax deduction. When you have a car that's over a certain age, you actually get a bill. You actually get taxed on it because they don't consider it to be modern enough. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it is what it is. But I'm happy to live in Denmark. I'm happy to live in a country that at least made investments in these things, because this oil is going to affect everybody. But think about who it's going to affect. You just really get in there. Look, let's do a little game here. Let's open this up and ask a question just to find out who is going to be most affected by the oil prices. What countries will be most affected by the rise in oil? Then we're going to review it. Oil prices by this war with Iran. Let's see here. Let's just get a clear look at it. I'm going to let this play a second and then we look at the data.
Average price of gas around the country has already surged by 34 cents in the last week alone. But Trump is firmly in his let them eat cake mode, not showing much empathy for struggling Americans dealing with high gas prices. Trump saying, quote, "If they rise, they rise, but this is far more important than having gasoline prices go up a little bit." Joining me now to discuss is Justin Wolfers, economist with the University of Michigan and host of the Think Like an Economist podcast, and Juanita Tolliver, NAACP Image award-winning author of A More Perfect Party. Congratulations, Juanita, and host of the Archival podcast. So, Professor, I will begin with you. a bad economy is defined by many things. Sometimes it's people not getting work. Sometimes it's people working, but they don't think that they can make ends meet. But rising prices is something that is universally a part of problematic economies. Which of you things do you think is hitting Americans worse and is going to last the longest? These rising prices or these low job numbers?
Look, the rising prices, there's actually some reason to be optimistic that what will happen is gas prices go up. They're going to stay up, but at least then they don't continue to rise. It's when prices continue to rise that we call it inflation. Look, when I say people are going to hate that less, that's like having two terrible flavors, you know, like shoe leather ice cream versus I don't know what kind of ice cream you'd hate the most there, Jason. Licorice. Licorice is
That'd be
terrible.
bad. Yes.
But we're in the middle of, look, today's job numbers, I really can't overstate this, have really fundamentally changed how I feel, and I think many Americans feel about the economy. We are now at the point, you showed smiling, happy Kevin there before telling us about these numbers. We have lost jobs since Liberation Day. There is no one who stood on stage in Liberation Day and said over the next 338 days, I'm going to destroy jobs. They promised us a very, very different future. That future hasn't arrived. And I am frankly angry. I'm angry that these folks won't own up. I'm angry they won't tell the truth. And I'm angry that this is a result of a series of absolutely insane policy blunders that my freshman students would have told them not to make.
Over the last 15 years, startups have
Juanita, you know, the midterms are 9 months away, but I am of the mindset that people's decision-making happens much, much sooner. If you think about the elections that we've seen, these primaries that we've seen, the people who've been knocked out of power, how much do you think this bad economy is resonating even before you get to the fact that Trump is engaging in an extremely unpopular and illegal war?
I mean, Jason, people feel it every day. And I'll push back on one thing Justin said about people responding to these jobs numbers. You know, people felt it in their wallets over a year ago, Jason. Right. Look, the reality is this Trump administration and Republicans have been behind drastic changes that impacted people's wallets, whether that's ending healthcare subsidies, which absolutely raise the rate that people are paying, or the struggle that they're having with housing costs, grocery costs. It's a laundry list, and I think we've seen that show up. And
you know, so when I see this, I just have to say, when I look at this list, let me see, where's the list at? I actually see a lot of Russian corroboration here with Trump, to be honest. And notice Trump had a conversation with Putin just the other day. Just notice that. And again, you know, they had a conversation before he invaded Venezuela, right? You don't know what the conversation was, but that's why it looked very suspicious what happened in Venezuela, right? And people should view it as very suspicious, as a corroboration of Putin and Trump, not simply adversaries, not adversaries at all, cooperation, you know, the removal of Maduro, right? Putin gets certain things guarantees, and Trump gets certain things guaranteed. That's what it's about. And the same thing here, because if you look at the list of the countries that would be affected, forget the people, because Trump does and Putin don't give a shit about the people of any country. You see what I'm saying? It's not about the people to them. But look at the countries and then look at the people. Just think about who this affects, the people. In the United States of America, this affects the people a lot. You see what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Harbonnett. Exactly. People are phasing out. But check this list out. This is crazy. So the list categorizes countries based on their logistical vulnerability as of March 26. The primary drivers, right, of impact are net import dependency reliance on, because you could see Russia is all gas, right? They rely on gas. This is good for their industry. This is good for them politically. People will be like, wow, we need to change the deal with Russia, you know, because we need more gas. This is what it sounds like to me. This is another way for Trump and Hitler, I was going to say Putin, to triangulate against the West. I'm telling you. Now, primarily, it affects everybody else. It affects some people even more. Japan is going to get hit by this. You know, there's many. Think about NATO and think about Japan being an ally. Think about these kind of things when you reveal with China. I'm just saying, it's like musical chairs to some degree, but the same game. Look, the primary drivers of impact on net import dependency, reliance on the Straits of Hormuz, right? So that's the key element. It's not all oil trade that's being affected, but oil coming from here will trigger the market in general anyway to raise the prices. That's how it's done. That's how they work. That's how oil conglomerates work. They don't all say, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a break because of what's going on in the war. Most of them say, oh, they charging more for gas? We're going to do that too. Right? So, and Russia will be like that, or they will use it as a political pawn. Yeah, we will be your friend if you do this, this, and this. Let's see how it goes. Several impact risks. The nations face immediate energy shortages, right? So there's nations like that, right? Energy shortages, currency devaluation, or industrial paralysis due to near total reliance. So this could be coordinated by Trump, Putin, and Xi. You just think about this for a second. Japan imports 95% of its crude from the Middle East. Is Xi happy about that? You think about it. Do the data. Figure out where does this weigh out to him. Okay. Let's see. Despite massive reserves, it's high-tech industry and extremely sensitive to energy costs, right? South Korea, right? That's not North Korea, that's South Korea. Okay, what's up with that? Okay, tight relations with China, enemies of South Korea. South Korea had tight relations with the U.S. for a long time, and now Trump is changing that. Relies on in Japan also. You see this? Just think about this. I mean, it's Machiavellian. Trump's not the master of it. He is the Manchurian of it, right? But it's Machiavellian nonetheless. South Korea relies on the Middle East for 70% of the oil and 20% of the LNG. Its massive semiconductor and shipbuilding sectors face a cost of production crisis. That also affects others who get semiconductors from them, who rely on that. By the way, did you know who that is? There's a list of countries that rely on semiconductors. The U.S. is one of them to make weapons. The U.S. is having a weapons crisis right now because they called a meeting with the weapons manufacturers, and semiconductors came square in the middle of that meeting. Yeah. So Taiwan, highly dependent on Qatar, LNG, and Middle Eastern oil. Since Qatar is caught in the crossfire, Taiwan faces rolling blackouts and manufacturing delays. Yeah. Well, you know who's an ally of the U.S., Taiwan. Trump hasn't really done shit for Taiwan. He's the first president to not do it, and he's basically tried to turn his back on Taiwan because China wants it. Trump has capitulated on everything China's wanted. And Putin. India imports 88% of his oil, but there's always good news because anybody else got an opportunity to get in the picture. Look, if you can't get oil from Iran, buy it from somebody else. That's what I would say, because your countrymen depend on it. Your country depends on it. Get it from someone else that wants to increase. Help that other group with their technology on the ground to produce more export and oil. Make some deals. Change things up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I advise the EU to do, and Japan and South Korea. Yeah, get more active in the world and the rest of the world that has oil, but could probably use some help where other countries might not want to help them so much and keep them limited. Got to think big, especially in these times. I think the Canadian president had it right. This is not just a glitch. Okay, India import 88% of its oil. India also, look at this. India, its oil 50% comes through the Strait of Hormuz. High prices are rapidly widening its trade deficit and devaluing the rupee. Pakistan. Look at this Pakistan, man. I mean, this is wild. Pakistan, yeah. Trump got a way of affecting you too. Already in a fragile fiscal state, 2026 oil spikes had pushed its economy towards the balance of payment collapse. Sri Lanka, Lebanon, you see this? Lacking foreign currency reserves, these nations struggle to secure fuel shipments at war premium prices. Kenya and Ethiopia, heavy net importers with no domestic buffer. India and Kenya need to move into L. That's what I would do if I was them. And I would do windmills if I was them, like a lot of them, up in those mountains and things like that. Like you could get something done there, that if you ask me. Also solar panels, but windmills are great. Solar panels also. But here, heavy net importers to domestic buffer fuel costs are driving extreme food inflation. So these countries can't just sit idle. If they just sit idle, you're stupid anyway, because look, oil has got to be phased out as a fuel. Very simple. So the quicker you get into it, you move in that direction, the better off you are, if you ask me. But who's gonna be the key in that integration? Okay, moderate to high impact vulnerability. These countries have some buffers like domestic production or diverse suppliers, but are still suffering from imported inflation and market volatility. China. So this is where it gets interesting. China helped Russia, right? They helped Russia in this war in Ukraine. And now this is doing backfire. Yep, this is going to backfire on China. And it goes to show you, hey, man, yeah, it's just crazy, It's not that they're the only ones it's backfired on. Look at Iran. Now, they helped Putin with Ukraine, too. Look at that. Wow, interesting, right? Now, the world's number one importer, it has huge reserves, approximately 100 days in Russian pipelines, but it lost 1.4 billion barrels a day of Iranian oil. So China is missing 1.4 a day. Million. I'm sorry. 1.4 million barrels a day. And the spike in global prices are slowing the post-war industrial recovery. Germany and Italy, heavily reliant on global LNG market to replace Russian gas. The Middle East conflict has doubled European gas prices in 2 weeks. South Africa. Yeah, you want to speak? South Africa, you want to speak about policy? Oh, I guess you win some and you lose some or whatever. I don't know. But South Africa, a major importer of refined fuels. The Cape of Good, I don't know why they haven't moved towards L myself, to be honest. But the Cape of Good Hope rerouting brings more shipping business to its ports. But local gas prices have hit records high. So they could benefit in this. Yeah, but they haven't yet, apparently. Let's see. Okay, Philippines and Thailand, emerging economies with high energy to GDP ratios. They are being outbid for oil cargoes by wealthier Asian neighbors. Argentina, Trump just gave them $40 billion. High fuel cost. There's your money down the tubes, American citizen. Oh, well. Money growing trees. Argentina had fuel costs are undermining President Milei's inflation targeting goals, despite growing domestic production. I wonder, did they support Israel and the U.S. striking Iran right now? I wonder how. Did your leader do that? All you Argentinians out there, think about this election coming up. In any case, I don't know if he did support it, but I'm going to find out right now. 2 seconds. All right. Chile, almost entirely dependent on imports. The Chilean peso is currently one of the worst performing currencies against the USD due to the energy shock. That's terrible. I'm going to have to buy some Chilean pesos because Chile is going to come up one day for sure. I didn't know that. So this is interesting right here. Viva Chile. Because I like Chile, man. Chile is a nice, beautiful. I haven't been to Chile, but Chileans, they cool people, man. And it's a beautiful country. I have seen. It's beautiful. A lot of nature. United Kingdom, a net importer of petrol prices have jumped 10 to 15% in early March. But how bad is it in the U.S.? Is it 10 to 15% or is it more like 30%? Okay. I don't know. Now, moderate impact. This is where other countries come into play, right? United States. Okay. These nations produce their own oil, but are still affected by global prices. Yeah, Norway produces a lot of oil. Also, a lot of people don't know that, but Europeans have been getting oil from West Africa and South America too, as of late. In the last 2 years, I think, since Trump has kind of accelerated it. They're probably looking for more places too. United States, while a net exporter, the U.S. is moderate. So the U.S. is a net exporter. For you Americans, You know what? You see what I mean? That I think what that means is that most of the oil is sold to people abroad. You don't get any of that money, but your oil prices are going up. Let me know if I'm right about that. I think that's what that means. While a net exporter, right? Okay, the U.S. is moderately affected, or is that what that means? Let me check it out. I will see what that means. But in any case, affected because oil is a global commodity, right? Domestic gas prices have risen. It doesn't have to rise in the U.S. If Trump if Trump thought about you, it wouldn't be rising in the U.S. But, who does he think about first? You or the billionaires? You tell me. Okay. 0.150 to 0.170 per gallon. It's up to global shortage, but that doesn't even sound accurate. People are saying it's up more. Brazil, a major producer, but its massive trucking and agricultural sectors are reeling from the high cost of diesel and Iranian-produced fertilizers. Okay. Nigeria, profiting from crude exports, but moderately harmed because its import almost all of its refined gasoline and new high. Okay, so they don't convert the gasoline really. Turkey, strategically located, but its energy bill has skyrocketed, complicating its battle with hyperinflation. Windfall exception, low physical risk. These countries are technically affected, but in a positive financial way, as their exports revenues have doubled since the war began. Damn, Guyana. I bet you Europe is going to benefit from Guyana a lot. Norway, right? Norway produces oil, petrol, I think, too. A critical safety net. Europe's nationwide wealth fund is growing at record rates. Damn, I should have invested in some Norwegian oil. Why didn't I do that? Stupid of me. I didn't benefit from any of this oil going on right now. And normally I'm up to date, but it just didn't hit me. I was too busy podcasting to do the numbers. It only take a half an hour and shit. But in any case, or just one moment to think, All right. Canada is heavy crude oil, is in high demand as a safe. So that also benefits Europe. You know what I'm saying? They can expand production, so it's worth taking a look at that. Now, let me go back and see, just be clear about this. Here we go. Let me go further back. So, and then right off the top, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, they're hit hard. India, China, right, they're hurt second hardest. And the third in the moderate is Europe and the United States, basically, right? So there you have it. Japan, South Korea, India, China, European Union, United States. Low to moderate, and Europe is moderate to high. Okay, so China is moderate to high. So China's in the same place as Europe. They could probably make some deals, though, in terms of, trade, I would imagine, because, they might be able to offset some of that with trade somehow. So in any case, let's go back to the job report. Let me see what people are saying in the chat, too. Let's see.
Especially special elections, Jason. Think about Tennessee 7. Tennessee 7 was a district, deep red. Donald Trump won it by more than 20 points in 2024, and that race came down to single digits. When I look at those numbers, what that tells me is that Democrats and independents are highly motivated to turn out against Donald Trump, and Republicans are not motivated at all to potentially engage in these elections because they're recognizing that Trump is harming their wallets too. And Jason, I think going into the midterms, the recipe for success in politics is absolutely going to be empathy and actionable solutions. I say actionable solutions because you absolutely need to tell people how are you going to make their lives better. What are you going to do for them and deliver for them? But empathy comes in where Donald Trump is going full Rocky IV, saying if the gas prices go up, they go up. Like what? Like that energy is not going to help anybody. It's just going to piss more voters off.
But this is going to piss more voters off. But this is what his core likes. His core supporter likes that other people that are Americans and other people around the world suffer. This is the crazy part about it. They actually enjoy it, the suffering. And I don't know, that is the worst thing that a party could be based on, suffering, instead of making things better for everybody. To be known for making things better would be a lot better. But, that's not the case right now with Trump. But let me read the chat real quick. Did I drop the link? Anybody want to hop up? I'm going to drop the link. I'll be up for like 20 minutes more and something like that I'm planning. And then folks you can hop up if anybody want to say a word. It's good to have people hop up sometime because more people in the chat get to know who you are. And listen, I'm going to tell you, when they know who you are or know what you sound like or know what you look like, not that it matters, not that that's all that matters. What matters in your mind is most important, but people get to qualify who it is. And then they follow your statements more. You notice Friars, he's hopped up every once in a while, and people listen to people like Friars and others. People that hop up, I'm just letting you know, others tend to, feel the information they're given or pay closer attention to it. When you don't hop up or your ideas, your face, and these other qualifying things are hidden, your voice is hidden, people don't tend to follow too much of what you say, but even if they follow a little. But let me see here. Texas electric car is impossible. Damn, Life Live said that. In Texas, really? Damn, it's like that? They anti-L car? Okay. Shit, let me know about that. I said that they should have it, and they should have solar panels everywhere in Texas, man. What the hell is going on? Same thing with Arizona and all these sunny desert places. What the hell is going on, man? I saw people with air conditioning and shit, and you got to use air conditioning so much in this environment, and the fucking electricity prices off the roof, but they haven't invested in different things for L cars, and gas is off the roof. Don't even want L cars, but it's because they didn't even invest in the infrastructure for electric yet. So, that would be a lot of jobs it would promote, man. I'm telling you, Life Live Now, a lot of jobs, a lot of trade school jobs would be created by that being invested in by the federal government or the governor. But it doesn't seem like it's happening that fast. It's not only Texas, though. Let me see. Eric says, Pam Tesla model just drove 500 miles from San Diego to Bakersfield, California for free. Free supercharging for life. Damn, that's deep, man. Is it only Tesla Model S that does that? Or is it other cars that have that deal? But that's an interesting deal there. Okay, Live Life Now, Hitler, Putin, Trump, all the same. Yeah, they all the same. They all the same. Sadly, they don't give a damn, though. And, but we need to prove that we're different. Because Russian citizens, they don't fight. They have it hard. They've been having this battle about oppression and autocracy and oligarchs for a long time, and they've been on the losing end of that battle, the human rights battle in Russia. But American citizens need to stand up and say, we're not like that. We own this country. This is our country. Americans need to say that, or we're going to have a serious problem. Think about your kids and your grandkids, like the future they're going to be brought up in. Don't forget North Korea. Okay. North Korea. Yeah. But I wonder, North are they probably affected by the oil too, though, right? They didn't get mentioned, but I guess they're so oppressed. It doesn't matter, right? They don't even come on their radar. It's like some countries are just, people are disposable, even to goddamn AI. That's terrible though, but sure. Do you know what Mark Carney did with NATO? No, I don't know what he did with NATO. I think he's basically strong in NATO. You don't hear a lot from Canada, but I believe it's because they up to a lot and people just don't know. They're moving quiet, Canada right now, but big. Let me see here. India is increasing oil imports from Russia. Yeah, probably. I mean, what it looks like to me is Trump wants a World War III because eventually people will have to act. Think about this. Sorry. Think about this. India is increasing oil exports from Russia. Well, where do you think it's going to have to go by? Where do you think it's going to have to go to? Who do you think is going to have to get by? Who do you think is, thinking about that? You see what I mean? So you just think about that when you look at this map right here, what that means, when somebody says something like that, Russia, just look at the map. Russia got a lot of oil, but, they have a lot of land, right? And why is this not shutting down? What the heck? Why does this do this to me every time I start a stream? Here we go. And so you see Russia, basically they got two ways to get the oil out of there. Oh, why did this do this again? Anyway, let me just get off of that. They have two places, from the north of Russia and then through the Black Sea, essentially. So obviously, you know, they got challenges there. But let's see here. Today's 20th day of Ramadan for Muslims. With 9 days left, I wish peace and health to the whole world. Yeah, thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that, Mukhtar. Yeah, it is Ramadan for people that don't know. I knew it was Ramadan, but I'm a really bad religious person. You know what I'm saying? I'm bad. You know what I'm saying? But happy Ramadan. You know what I'm saying? To anybody, right, that celebrates Ramadan right now for Muslims, right? Okay, let me see. Edward Thornton, Jerry Smith, great argument. And okay, let me see. Exact Jerry, who's the hell? Yeah, Jerry, who's your healthcare provider? You're okay with Trump's leadership. Who's your healthcare provider and what state do you live in, Jerry? That will tell us a lot more about you. You know, some politics, there's something called sadomasochist politics, and that's what I call MAGA. They like torturing themselves and shit. So now let me see what else is there. Some cities in China up to 30% electric cars. California is about 10%. Okay, and that's high. Yeah, exactly. People should reflect on that. Now let me see here. Vaughn says refineries is what Australia needs to do with our minerals, as we will have the best lithium, easy to mine, comes in rock from. We have fine uranium, top quality, but give all this shit away. Shit away, refineries. I mean, Australia's a strategic place. True, indeed. And the mining's probably going to be a huge, have a huge impact, for the economy there. I know they have a lot of natural resources, and especially when it comes to cars, like you said, or uranium energy, but also, a lot of different dynamic things going on out of Australia with mining. Let me see here. Thailand has strongest currency of all of Asia. Damn, I didn't know that. Let me see who else. Okay. Okay, so I think that was it. Kim Jong-un. Yeah, so let's go into this data right here real quick. There's oil data I want to
Oil prices soaring. West Texas crude now hovering around $100 a barrel. You can see this chart over time. The last time it was this high was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and that height was at June of 2022. But I want you to look at the very end of this chart, an almost vertical increase over the last 2 weeks, an incredibly quick rise over a very short period of time. It could get even higher, experts say, by the end of March, maybe even $150 a barrel if travel through the Strait of Hormuz does not start flowing again. That flow of oil through that critical waterway has effectively ground to a halt. It's only a 20-mile stretch of sea between Iran and Oman, and actually only a 2-mile wide sea lane. The president shrugged off the rise in oil prices, calling it a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. CNN's Matt Egan is with us now. In these prices we've seen overnight, the sharp increase, more than 10% in one day, Matt. That's pretty staggering.
Yeah, it is absolutely staggering. Look, oil prices are going through the roof. And oil is a notoriously boom to bust market. But even by those standards, this is just a historic spike. Look at this. Oil prices 9 months ago, all the way on the left side of your screen. That was the last time there were tensions with Iran and a conflict. And that looks like just a tiny increase compared to what's going on now. Before the war started, U.S. oil prices were trading at about $67 a barrel. At one point overnight, they got to $119 a barrel. Now, let's look at a live look at oil prices. You can see they have pulled back from that peak just over $100 now. However, 11% increase, a $10 increase of dollar amounts. At one point this morning, U.S. oil prices were on track for their biggest one-day dollar increase in history. Now, as you mentioned, the problem is the fact that this war has disrupted the supply of oil out of the Middle East. And it's not just that the Strait of Hormuz effective closure is delaying the shipment of oil out of the region. It's the fact that oil producers there, they have nowhere to put the oil. They're literally running out of room to store it all. So they have to slash production. And you look at gas prices, $2.98 before.
They have to slash production. That is crazy. And remember, when you got a bunch of oil ships just stacked up waiting to leave, I mean, those are easily, you can hit those too. I mean, but I think this is obviously ill-conceived, because what it basically says is this. It juxtaposes energy, oil, quote unquote, energy, gas, oil and gas. It juxtaposes it with the Iranian, government, right? The ruling party. So they make a war. Now understand, peacetime, you didn't have this. So now what they've done by attacking it is they have juxtaposed it. They have said to the world, you either remove the Ayatollah and his regime from power, or we're going to make everybody pay more money for gas and energy. Like, that's really what's happened here. It's juxtaposing those two things, and it's crazy because look, anyway, I don't want people giving too much attention to this person. They on joke time, but in any case, it juxtaposes that, right? So once you attack Iran, now the energy prices go up, right? And but if you didn't attack them, they should have a graph like that. What was the price of oil before the attack? What's the price after? Because this is what's going on. People didn't necessarily want a war with Iran, and they didn't necessarily want to pay more for gas. But because of Trump and Netanyahu, that's what you got. Those are the options you got. Two people are responsible for this. Two people are responsible for the decision makings of the entire world. Two people. Yeah, I just think that's remarkable right there. Yeah, Trump didn't go to Congress, so the American people aren't part of that two people. It's just Trump.
Before the war started, $3.48 a gallon right now. That's the highest level since August of 2024. Quite the move in just the span of a little over a week. And, this is another look at gas prices as well. Zooming out, you can see how it's just going significantly higher. Now, it's not just gas, though, John. Jet fuel, right? Jet fuel prices have skyrocketed. United Airlines CEO warning that could raise the cost of airfare. And diesel as well. Diesel prices, they're actually up by even more than gasoline on a percentage basis. 24% increase. This is a 3-year high. And look, this is bad news for farmers, for railroads, for trucks, and ultimately, John, for consumers, because everyone is indirectly paying the cost of diesel when they're buying stuff. So this is a significant situation. And look, the White House is arguing, the president has said that this is hopefully just a short-term glitch and that prices will eventually crash. Hopefully, he's right. I think the bottom line here is, how long does this last, right? The duration. Because if this is just a few days of $100 or so oil, this could end up just being a blip economically. But if this is something that lasts in terms of weeks or even longer, then you're going to start to hear some people really concerned about a potential recession caused by higher energy prices.
A recession. And look, people, if you're in any of those countries we identified, you're going to pay more for everything. Food, because your food has to be moved around. The products you buy, you have to pay more for that. The clothes, whatever it is you're doing, you're going to have to pay for more because everything has to be moved around. And so the cost of crude and oil affects that, and gas affects that. So if you're not on the electric side right now, you're experiencing some crises and you're paying more. And if that's the kind of policy you like, then go ahead for it. It's up to you. It's your choice. You know what I'm saying? I'm interested in knowing how much Denmark is affected by this, since Denmark is a heavily green type of energy place. I mean, it's not fully sustainable only off of green, but I'm just curious. I'm going to look into that because we got a lot of L cars here, and, it's everywhere. At least in Copenhagen, it's everywhere, right? But it's been that way for some years, but now it's becoming it's just everywhere that you turn. But look at this data. Somebody said windmills in California, and I'm curious because I know people are trying to attack California politically, right? And because California has moved to green energy and wants to keep moving down that, right? Down that line. So, there's a covert agenda to stop them from places like Denmark from collaborating with, it's a Putin agenda. It's an anti-NATO, anti-Denmark, anti-U.S. position, right? So they're trying to discourage the governor of California and Californians from working with Denmark and trade in this area of green energy, right? So California wind power stalled giants, right? California is technically a fantastic place for wind energy, but its performance in 2026 is a bit of a paradox. While the state has world-class wind resources, its development is at a significant plateau compared to its solar boom. Okay, so the solar boom has produced more, I guess, immediate or faster results. You could say, why is it a good place? California is still good for wind, though. You can have multiple, you don't have to, again, energy sufficiency is not based on a single energy form. It's based on acknowledging, various, you see what I'm saying? Various different forms of green energy, right? So you don't have to narrow it down to this is bad, therefore everything is bad. Wrong. There's nuances, right? So why is it a good place? Unique geography. California has wind gates. Okay. So California is heavily good for wind technology. Okay. Just so you know that, because of that right there, wind gates. That means you're more likely to get more use out of a windmill right there than anywhere else. So if it was good somewhere else, it's better here. But theoretically, mountains passes Altamont, San Gorgonio, Palm Springs, okay, and Tehachapi. Coastal airs is sucked through these narrow gaps towards the hot inland deserts, creating an incredibly consistent high velocity wind. Offshore potential, the California coast has a massive resource potential of over 200 gigawatts because its water is deep, and the state is that gigawatts, and the state is becoming a global pioneer of floating offshore wind technology. So if you want to know, California has the biggest GDP of the country, right? So it contributes more to federal dollars than any other state in the country. And California is very unique. It's a progressive state, especially with healthcare. Like, they tend to do a little bit more than what a lot of other states have been able to do regarding healthcare from the state side. So, yeah. And again, people that are, I don't know, people that like to see people suffer usually are against stuff like that for some reason. Complementary grid, wind usually blows through hardest at night in California, which perfectly complements its massive solar production during the day. Boom. So in any case, that's enough. We can move on from there. Let me hear some more about this now, the oil.
Looking at U.S. stock futures, they're down, but not dramatically lower given the scale of the spike in oil prices.
Again, when I woke up overnight and prices were around $120 a barrel, there was, I don't want to use this word loosely, but there was borderline panic at the steep increase in just a few hours.
Absolutely. There's no other way to look at it.
People were on the edge of their seats for a few hours. Matt Egan, thank you very much for that.
There was an overnight drone attack on the residential area of Sitra, which is near key energy infrastructure in Bahrain. Now, that drone attack injured 32 people, including 4 children, 1 2-month-old, 2 young boys and a 17-year-old girl. The latest we've heard from Bahrain is that its national oil company, BAPCO, has actually just issued a force majeure. That essentially means that it won't be able to meet its contractual requirements to deliver certain amounts of oil due to an unforeseen circumstance, that unforeseen circumstance being this ongoing conflict. Video geolocated by CNN shows an industrial area that houses one of the BAPCO refineries on fire recently, with large amounts of black smoke billowing from it. Whether that is linked to this force majeure or not, we don't know. We've reached out to BAPCO for comment, and we can let you know when we find out more. But I think what this really points to is that this weekend, Iran has consistently targeted Bahrain's civilian infrastructure. Yesterday, a desalination plant was hit. It wasn't damaged to the point of no longer functioning, but it was hit. This morning, we see this drone strike in Sitra near energy infrastructure that's injured all these people. And now the latest is that in this other area of Bahrain, that one of these BAPCO refineries is on fire. So this really points to a clear target from Iran on these sorts of infrastructure.
G7 finance ministers meeting today to discuss whether to release oil from their strategic reserves. CNN's business editor-at-large, Richard Quest, is live in London. Good to have you, Richard. We are looking at these prices as attacks continue to unfold on infrastructure across the region where I am. Question is, how bad could this get at this point?
According to one trader, the sky's the limit. For one simple reason that, look, we came back from 120 down to these levels because of that G7 meeting which is taking place. But the factor that's really moving this market, firstly, that there is very little oil moving through the Strait of Hormuz, virtually none at all. So the supply is almost non-existent, or the increasing supply is non-existent. And the second factor, the damage that is being done to infrastructure, both in Iran and elsewhere, when you see, for example, as you saw in Bahrain, with the depots being blown up. So you take those two factors and you end up with a market that is extremely worried about what comes next. We went into this war, by the way, with a glut of oil, which is why we had a price of around $60 a barrel. That has evaporated, and now the concern is not only the supply, but frankly, just will they even be able to handle the stuff if they can get it out the ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fact that the world doesn't have oil. It's just moving that oil around and getting it to the places that matter most. And that includes, of course, to refineries where, you know, we're not just talking about oil here, but we're talking about refined products, aren't we? And those products around the world are massively important to the global economy. The G7 ministers are weighing releasing strategic reserves. What does that look like? What might that look like, Richard?
Okay, so if you start releasing the reserves...
Look, if you release strategic reserves, you may as well say it's a world war right now, because what is the point in doing that if it's not a world war? I mean, what else would interrupt things that much? But you see what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I just find that very, very strange, you know, that they would release it. I mean, isn't that for a world war? Like when things are so bad, isn't that what that's for? I'm just saying, it just sounds weird to me, but in any case, let's hear some more.
Reserves, of which all major governments have a certain large number, and the US has, I mean, gazillions based. It's in the porous rock and in the mountains, in the ground in the United States. That does bring the price down, no question about it. But it is a short-term measure. Essentially, you are making it available to the market, but you're not able to replenish it. You can in the US because you've got, of course, local supply, but elsewhere you won't be able to replenish it. So the moment you release your supplies, your stores, if you will, that is a one-hit wonder. You had better hope that the overall situation improves. If you have a scenario where the President of the United States says he and the Israelis will decide when this ends, and you've got the Iranians saying no surrender, it's difficult to see this end soon. And in that scenario, why would the price come down other than through artificial means such as release of supplies?
Right. So there we have it. Let me see here. Now, check this out. I just wanted to bounce back over here on the energy sector, right? Let me see, 2 seconds here. Pause it up. Now, here we go. Check this out. I'm just curious about Western Europe, because if you see, let me go. Is this map going to be up, or are they going to play around with me again? Here we go. Hopefully that did it. We can kind of examine a few things here if we go over to this area. Let me see. Hope everybody can see that. Here we go again. What is this, man? Come on now. Can you all see that? Okay. Let me make it a little smaller. Maybe that's better. Please stop doing this. Right. So here, let me do it from this side. Maybe that'll help. Right. And if I say smaller, this is so annoying. I don't know when it started doing this. Let me take it back. Here. Okay. So I think people can see it now. Here we go. So this is the corridor, you could say, of Western Europe, right? And the Mediterranean, right? The Northern Sea, the Baltic Sea, right? So you can see who kind of connects with this region here, right? You can see about this. This is a waterway, a major trade alley, right? all of this that we're looking at, all this blue are major trade alleys, right? So when we look at the position of Northern Europe, it's north of Africa, essentially, directly north of Africa. And it appears, there's been an increasing trade here. But then there's also South America, which is directly across the Atlantic from North America, you could say, and Africa, right? And then there's the U.S. But the U.S. is the sole obstructionist. Like, they're not looking to really, how can I say this, in goodwill trade with others around them, right? They're looking to maneuver across the globe for some other reason. I don't know. It seems to be backwards, but hey, that's what they're doing. The U.S. is becoming extremely isolationist. So this is, this trade route wouldn't matter really for trade. Maybe for war it would matter. Who knows? But for trade, no, because the U.S. is on a isolationist footing where it doesn't need anybody else. It doesn't need allies. Apparently, it does things for self first. It decides everything it wants, and the consequences for everybody else, including allies, it just is what it is. You have to accept it. That is the new American attitude. I'm talking about the administration, of course, not all your average American citizen. But so when we look at this, we see that. Now, let me flip over to see what it says about trade, because I was curious. I know the last time this happened, there were some trade deals met to meet this problem, right? So it says, as of 2026, Western Europe is significantly increasing its energy engagement with both West Africa and South America. The shift is driven by a dual strategy, diversifying oil and gas supplies to replace Russian hydrocarbons and building long-term green energy partnerships to secure future supplies of hydrogen and critical minerals. Right? Oil and gas diversification and supply growth. Western Europe has actively scouted for alternative crude oil sources to mitigate the loss of Russian supply, and recently volatile in the Middle East, especially around the Straits of Hormuz, right? Since then, South American new giants, Guyana and Brazil. These two countries are the primary drivers of non-OPEC supply growth in 2025-26. Guyana production, right, reached approximately 900,000 barrels a day by late 2025. European refiners have become consistent buyers of Guyanese, Liza, and Unity Gold crudes. Argentina, the expansion of the Vaca Muerta Shale formation has turned Argentina into a net exporter, with Europe emerging as the destination for its light, sweet crude. Damn, that's interesting, because MAGA don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? MAGA gave Argentina our $40 billion for some reason. Oh, well, it's out the window. West Africa, traditional stability. Angola, Nigeria, despite some production challenges, West African crude remains a staple for the European refineries, particularly in Italy, Spain, and Germany, due to its proximity and quality. New frontiers. Europe is eyeing new production from Senegal and Mauritania. The Grand Tour Almayam project, which began delivering LNG and oil in 2024 and 25. You see what I'm saying? Let's just look at that map again. You see? Mali. Senegal, right? Senegal's in somewhat the Gold Coast area, north of the Gold Coast, Nigeria. Around there, right? So, it's just, and again, when you're dealing with trade, you're dealing with distance, because every foot further you have to move something cost you another penny. So good trade with people that are close to you, you get maximum value for your product. That's how it works. If you have goods, you can trade with someone near you versus someone who's sharing the same good further from you. You can never get the same value out of that product. So this is how relative the Atlantic is to all of its neighbors, to all of its habitants, right? Not just the United States of America, although the United States sees the Atlantic as something to isolate itself out of. Everyone else on the Atlantic sees it differently. It's hard to explain stupid. It's hard to explain stupid when you do it, but it has to be explained plain so people can understand this, you know. You know, damn, it just has to be done, and I'm here to do it. So let's see here. I'm going to do my work, and then I'm out of here. 2 strategic partnerships from 2025. 26, energy diplomacy has shifted from transactional buying to strategic infrastructure partnerships. West Africa, the Green Energy Initiative. This is for people to know that are isolationists and might not know. Green energy at the 7th EU and AU summit of Luanda, Angola, November 2025. That wasn't too long ago. EU reaffirmed its 150 billion global gateway investment package. Right. Key focus. The Africa EU Green Initiative, Energy Initiative aims to provide 100 million people with electricity while developing green hydrogen hubs for export to Europe. Specific projects. 2026 we'll see the implementation of a high. This is where investment might, trade stocks or something. I want to find out what's going on here. Specific projects. 2026 we'll see the implementation of high voltage transmission lines in Cote d'Ivoire. Interesting. Ivory Coast, huh? And renewable grids in Cameroon. Big up Cameroon. There you go. Ghana. Big up Ghana. Often tied to hydrogen readiness. A lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of what Putin and Trump have pushed people even faster in this direction. Like Putin and Trump have been the biggest advertiser for these things that you're seeing here. A lot of these changes, seriously. And people say, yeah, welcome, let's see here. Thanks to MAGA. The only people that won't be benefiting is Americans. Oh, boo-hoo. Well, yeah, South America, since I'm American and I live outside of the U.S., I can say it that way. But I'm really wanting Americans to fight back and say, fuck this, enough is enough. This stupid shit has to go. But I know if I don't really kind of do this sometimes in that way, people won't feel it in their soul enough. Some of these maggots still won't get, you have to pick with them. Stupid asshole. Oh, well. Too bad for you. South America is a triple transition alliance. In November 2025, the what is this? The 5th EU? I don't know what this is. I don't speak Roman numerals. What is this? Okay, but I'm aware of what it is. Not this, but the whole thing. The EU CELAC summit, the Colombia. This is a big trade deal that just happened, y'all. So pay attention to this one. They already had huge trade between South America and the EU, and now they signed a deal that's going to boost it even more. And that's for a lot of different things. Solidify energy ties between the EU and Latin America. Memorandum understanding, MOAS. New agreements were signed with Brazil and Chile, focusing on the energy, digital, and environmental transition. Energy security. The partnership emphasizes securing supply chains for lithium, critical for Europe's EV transition, and developing large-scale solar wind projects in the Atacama and the Patagonian regions to fuel future ammonia exports. Okay. So let's see here. South America growth engine. Okay. Is Guyana, Brazil, Argentina, right? And, okay. And West Africa, some of that's offshore too. Okay. West Africa, Nigeria, Angola, Senegal. North America, United States remains the number one resource, for oil, you could say. But the U.S. is the number one world's top oil provider. You know what I'm saying? But again, what does that mean to the American citizens? Nothing. You ain't getting none of that. So don't you dare clap. Boo. You should be wondering why it doesn't benefit your ass, but you too stupid to want anything to do with that. Norway, by the way, do you know Norway? How does Norway share its oil proceeds with its citizens? This is something people should look at, Right. In case the cost of oil goes up, you might benefit. Unlike some other resource-rich nations, Norway does not provide oil checks or direct cash payments from petroleum sales to its citizens. Instead, here's the difference, the nuance. Instead, Norway operates a social wealth model designed to ensure the money lasts for generations while funding the current welfare state. That means hospitals, schools. Ta-da! Right. Read more into that on oilandgas360.com. Okay. As of early as 2026, here's how those proceeds are shared. Piggy bank, government pension fund. Sounds good to me. Every krona of Norwegian government earns from oil industry through taxes on companies like Shell and Equinor or direct ownership of oil fields is deposited into the government pension fund, often called the oil fund. Notice the word pension on it. I wonder who gets some of that. Not the American citizens. Boo-hoo. Today, total value. By the start of 2026, the fund is estimated at over $21,300 billion, approximately $2 trillion. Ownership. Technically, every Norwegian citizen owns a slice of this. I will stop there. You don't need to know any more, American citizens. Just, I will stop you right there. I will stop right there. You need to go out and do your own work from that point on, because that's not what's happening in the U.S. But yay, they're making more money than ever. Woo, ha, ha. Fantastic. Congratulations. Now, yeah, pensions. You heard that word pension. That's exactly what they're talking about. Let me read you the last line, though. Okay. Say there's $2 trillion worth in this pension fund. Technically, every Norwegian citizen owns a slice of this. Not talking about the U.S. though. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Nah, that's not what your Congress and Senate cares. Your natural resources, of course, are natural. They're produced out of the ground you live on. It's how a company could own it. I don't know. But I guess being a citizen means something different in Norway than it does in the U.S. You tell me. But in any case, let me close out. I want to hear a little from Malcolm Jallow on what's going on with this conflict. I mean, not Malcolm Jallow, Malcolm Nance. Damn, what's up, Malcolm Jallow? But Malcolm Nance also, y'all don't know who Malcolm Jallow is, but in any case, he's a decent brother. But let me see here. Along with many others, by the way, from NPAD, big up to NPAD. And anybody that's associated with NPAD, big up to you, right? By the way, across Europe. Yeah, that was a wonderful thing to be a part of. But in any case, let me see here. Do I think we see nuclear weapons used? Let me let this play first. I'm going to check out what Malcolm Nance has, and then we could talk about it. I appreciate everybody coming out today. I will be back in 24 hours, or 18 hours from this time tomorrow. Again, I'm going to close out. I want to see what Malcolm Nance had to say about this conflict. I haven't heard it yet, but Malcolm Nance, for those of you that don't know, he's a cryptologist from the Navy, but has a long career in the service, U.S. military, high ranking, in the private side of it, right? The top secret side of it. So, in dealing with terrorism on the ground. You see what I'm saying? So, in any case, let's check him out. Let's see what he got to say.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Black Man Spy U.S.-Israel versus Iran Warcast Day 11. And I'm starting this podcast. We have our now two co-hosts. By
the way, for those of you that don't know how to get in contact with Malcolm Nance, here's his page right here. Let me, can you all see it? It's the U.S., Iran. Oh, what does it say? This one is called Malcolm Nance. You can see it right there. Yeah, you see it. Malcolm Nance. There you go. Appreciate you, bro. Let's go.
My fellow in Chalet of the Two Spies in Greenland, which is Jacob Karsbo, Danish intelligence officer, and our special guest, all right, Wajir Lion, expert Saudi Arabian Gulf resident expert who will be speaking to us today about, from the street level, what it's like within the Gulf states. Hopefully you can give us some insights that we don't have. I am working on an Iranian expert for later in this week. They're in high demand, and the problem is a lot of them are sort of cheerleaders for the war, and we need to get someone who is, someone who's rational, who'll give us a straight intelligence assessment. And they've all been coming up as Israelis or pro-Trump MAGA guys, or working for the Shah of Iran.
A quick comment on that. You know how I participated in a free Iran demonstration here in Copenhagen last week?
Yeah.
I said to them, I fully support your quest for freedom, etc., etc. Now I'm being attacked.
Oh, wow. Wait a second. What happened? Damn, sorry about that. Let me go back. What did he say?
Here in Copenhagen last week.
Yeah.
I said to them, I fully support your quest for freedom, etc., etc. Now I'm being attacked because I'm saying what is going on does not make sense at all. So now...
Yeah, they did it. They didn't like he said.
Well, what happened? I know what happened. He did what I did. He's probably been up for 5-6 hours, doom scrolling, and ran out of power. And I did that the other day. I started the podcast with 1% power the other day, and we got in about 20, 30 seconds into it. I'm like yakking away, and boom, the whole podcast goes down. So we'll wait for Jacob to come back to tell us his sad, sorry story.
And political conflict in the Middle East. I have Sharia law training in the background, and I have at least 10 chapters of the Quran memorized word for word.
That's a little. Do you have all the hadiths memorized?
No, not yet. No.
You're not legit.
I'm not. I'm not worthy of talking about it yet.
That's like saying the Torah, the discussions of the Torah is like 100 volumes, right, or something like that in Judaism. And I know people who their goal is to constantly study it, and you're supposed to get the conflicting arguments, whereas the hadiths are these post. How can I put it? They're post-Prophet Muhammad's discussions of the immediate companions and then other people who are...
Listen, that oil money, the oil comes out of the ground, and that's so funny how something the ground creates you can own. But I guess that's how the U.S. sees it. And now keep it this way, and think about this. Norway, people saw that Norway people are actually involved in the earnings of the oil, in an indirect manner through the pension fund, right? So that means that because everyone's Norwegian, they're from the soil of Norway, they all benefit in that natural resource. You know what I mean? When it was discovered, and they do now. So today at least, and it's just interesting how the U.S. has never really, we have these kind of dynamics here, but oil seems to be one that it makes so much money. I mean, we're the number one producer. We obviously have more than anyone else to sell, right? You would think that American people would ask themselves, like, what does that value do for me since it's the biggest in the world? You would just think that they would say that, That's a normal thing to think. That's something people think in every other country, right? What does it do for the people? Because obviously a corporation, if it's the biggest, you would have to, analyze its responsibility, right? To its surroundings, right? To the nation it's in, right? And you see that in Saudi Arabia. You see that in a lot of places, but in the U.S., you don't see it at all, man. You see it in Norway, though, so...
Or scholars in the contemporary period. I don't think we're going to be reading all those. So, but I'm glad to have you. You're in Minneapolis, right?
That's right. I am in Minneapolis.
I'm just going to go forward because I want to hear what they are speaking on Iran here,
or any of the Baha'is or any of the other religious minorities that live there. You're only like making it hard on yourself. that's why we have the current Iranian Islamic Revolution, right? Because the Shah was there, and they used the Shah's infidelity, let's say, as an excuse for the fall of the regime and the current revolution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was the oppressiveness of the Shah of Iran, the licentiousness of the insanely uber rich, right? It was literally an oligarchy, oil-based oligarchy, creating this insane kingdom. And I remember seeing back then, by the way, full disclosure, first protest I ever went to in my life was 1979. I went to a protest against the Iranian,
Now, for people that don't know, even Iran also shares its oil profits with the public, with Iranians. Americans don't know that. So, just so you realize that, just like Israel has universal health care and the U.S. doesn't have that either. I mean, American MAGA people need to really think about the things you tear down and why you tear them down. Because shouldn't they be things you would want to have, you would want to build up, and you would also want to have? Most of the things you're tearing down, yeah, they should be things you would want to have, but you're too busy tearing other people's shit down. You don't even realize you're not building up anything for yourself. It's terrible. Look at this. Let me get out of here. Because I got to go. I'm going to put this link in the chat for people to see Malcolm Nance. I'm going to watch it later, but I got to be out of here. I've been on here too much time, but I appreciate everybody for coming out. That's the link to Malcolm Nance there in the chat. Now, let me see here. It says nations vary widely. Look at this. Look at this. Iran does. Look. Oh, my goodness, man. This is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. Yes, Iran does share its oil profits with its citizens, but the method is fundamentally different from Norway's saving model. While Norway saves for the future, Iran uses its oil wealth and subsidies to subsidize the present, though direct cash handouts and heavily discounted prices for essentials like fuel and bread. Okay, so right? So yeah, so that's different. But let me just go down to the list of countries that do something like this. Alaska Permanent Fund, just for people to know. Here, nations vary widely. Okay, the dividend model, right? Few regions pay a direct dividend to every citizen, essentially cutting a check from the profits of resources. Alaska, you see? So Alaska, the Alaska Permanent Fund. The rest of Americans, you don't get this now. You might not all get this. So just think about that. This is the closest Western equivalent to the direct share. Every eligible resident receives an annual permanent fund dividend, a PFD. In late 2025, the dividend was approximately $1,700. It is funded by at least 25% of the state's oil royalty revenue. Guyana, right, the rising star, having become one of the world's fastest growing oil economies, Guyana recently began direct distributions. Okay. In late 2024 and 25, the oil government issued one-off cash grants of 100,000 Guyanese, approximately $480 to every citizen the age of 18 or older. Suriname, future planning. Okay, following Guyana's lead, Suriname announced a program called Royalties for Everyone, RVI. In 2025, every citizen is slated to receive a savings note worth $750 with an annual 7% interest rate funded by upcoming offshore oil production. Okay, 2, the subsidized life model. Middle East Gulf states like Iran, many Gulf states share wealth by making cost of living extremely low rather than giving out cash. Hey, would you like that in the United States? You're the number one oil producer. Wow, you don't even want none of this. That's interesting. Okay, it's your choice by how you vote. Okay, however, these nations are generally much wealthier per capita than Iran. Okay, Saudi Arabia does it. Okay, citizens in these nations typically receive zero income tax. The state funds itself almost entirely through oil, so its citizenship kept 100%. Citizens keep 100% of their earnings. Free subsidized services, high-end healthcare, free university, often including study abroad, and heavily subsidized housing loans. Yeah, Saudi Arabia is living good. Yeah. They probably go back home for health care when they live in the U.S. But in any case, they still get this check. Or they still get this benefit. I don't know if you live in Saudi Arabia. Utility subsidies, water and electricity are provided at a fraction of the cost it takes to produce them. Okay. Citizen account. Saudi Arabia offset rising costs as the kingdom tries to diversify away from oil. Vision 2030 Saudi Arabia provides monthly cash transfer to low and medium income families to help them pay for more expensive fuel electricity. Okay. The social fund model. Okay. That's the third type of model similar to Norway. Some nations focus on Norway style of building a massive investment fund to provide for the state budget rather than the direct payments. Timor-Leste Petroleum Fund. This is a small Southeast Asian nation that has funded a fund model almost exactly on Norway's. It pays for nearly 90% of the country's annual budget, including schools, roads, and the entire civil service. Damn. Mongolia Human Development Fund. While the primary base on mining coal, copper rather than oil, Mongolia has experimented with the child money program, which provides monthly cash transfers to every child in the country using mineral wealth. A lot of, Americans seem to be very isolated. I mean, in terms of how we operate very different. You know what I'm saying? So, but we got Alaska in there. So kudos for Alaska for being a part of that. In any case, y'all, I got to be out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming out. For the calm, interesting form. I appreciate that, Travis. Good looking out to you also, Travis Klein. Yeah, Eric Price. Everybody else, Kuwait for sure. I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah, Pam. Yeah, Edward also. Let me get out of here, y'all. Harbornet, appreciate you too. Edward. Yep. Let me see here. Who else is in this place? So I guess I won't go all the way back. Even Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it, man. But listen, I'm going to be out. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I hope everybody has a good day, right? And please take care of yourselves. If you haven't registered to vote, do this. Take some time to register sooner than later. Don't wait for the time to go by, right? And because you don't know how much time it's going to take you. You don't know what's happening this year. They could throw a monkey wrench in everything just in terms of your voting rights. Taxation without representation, you might not be able to get representation this time around without paying an extra tax. You see what I mean? And if you don't pay that extra tax, you already paid tax before. So be careful about this. Get your things in order, your documents in order. Call your board of elections, your local voting office, whatever it is in your state, and find out what it is you need to do and tell them you need to have some guarantees and give them a piece of your mind. Let them know that you've been living in this state at this amount of time and your parents did this and paid all of this shit and and you have the right to know as an American citizen what is going on. And you don't want to have to be told at the last minute, because if it costs extra money, you want to be told now what it is. You know what I'm saying? Check on your registration, because things are, you never know how things could go. But on that note, I appreciate everybody. I'll be back in like 18 hours from now. So stay tuned and be good to each other. Be good to each other. All right. Peace. See you later. See you later. See you later. Impeach Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck you. And JD Vance and the rest of them. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. See ya.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies guys in their own backyard and fighting. It's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the erratic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. So too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. Feelings I never felt in my life. It's hard to explain what I'm going through is new. I'm good looking, clean up well, but without this fine young little lady, I'm still in hell. She's brown skinned, Eritrean. Love every second of the time that we spend. We're good friends, there's no need to pretend. The way she walks and moves her hips, those smooth curves, I just love to kiss. It's Sunday morning, make her breakfast in bed. Bring her a latte and chill up in the spread. And manifest all the thoughts in my head. The comforter of my life. You know what? She may not know it, I want her to be my wife. It was my fondest wish to stay the night. She's doing fine on her own, about to buy a home. Me, I'm working out some shit, but I've grown. I'm working hard to keep things right. Focus on my music so we can have a life outside of the system and the bright lights. She feeds me juice and curry when I'm hungry. Caress me on my body, it feels lovely. A lot of pain that I took on in my life. I need you to make it right. Need you to make it right. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling is real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I'm gonna make love tonight. Brown eyes, caramel skin, beautiful face, where do I begin? Your hips, they keep making me excited. Your breasts, just how I like it. If you're the key to my life, then will you be there for me? All I'm asking is, will you trust in me? It's complicated, but I wanna do it right. If we keep true to the love, we can make life. Your destiny is to be with me. I'm waiting for you to be one with me. Your soulmate, I would do anything for you. Baby girl, it's you I adore. Word life, you are my life. I won't deal with nothing that's trife. We're gonna spend all our time together, me and you, girl, forever. The feelings I'm feeling is real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling is real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hit the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser, kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Nigga, ho, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring.